Happy Friday. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad Friday is freaking here. What a long week again. One bucket, Detective Walt, Kid Kitty. Oh, Detective Juan, you were on T-Rev today? I was listening to a little bit of that call, Kid Kitty, that you sent me, and that's that same lady that must have called into the Drunk Turkey show. I didn't hear it all, just a little bit. Yes, glad it's freaking Friday. Oh my gosh. Ooh, tofu. Yeah, how was that tofu? With rice and chili. Oh, good evening, SRB. Yeah, it is the weather, Phantom. Something about the cold just makes you want to go home and get under a blanket. I did it again. I was doing my prep after I came home and I started nodding off in my damn office chair. I was like, shit. Oh, sleep. Somebody drove off the side of the road and knocked your mailbox into the ditch? Dang. Meh for now. Right? The music. It just makes me think of Daft Punk. If you like Daft Punk or you heard of them, you'll know what I mean. With that little space age funk beat that they got. All right. Here, I was thinking we have a Brian Enton Twitter Spaces tonight, but it's actually tomorrow morning. It has to do with that Alex Murdaugh trial, and I did save some stuff to kind of it is a crazy case. I did save some stuff that came out today, just to kind of go over that stuff a little bit too. Got a bunch of different stuff. And let's see. Oh yeah. And I woke up this morning and there's a Walmart shooter down the road. I was like, okay. So I figured we'll go into that. I wanted to see what that was all about. I just, it was weird. Woke up and the local reporter I was watching, he ended up getting on News Nation or something. I was thinking that. I was like, because usually he's like not out there that early. He's not even on that much, really. So I thought they just sent him because he was the odd man out or something. And the next thing you know, he's on News Nation. Yeah, it was yeah, that's not the Walmart I go to. I honestly couldn't even tell you the road that Walmart is on over there. I go to a different Walmart. But I'm just glad nobody was fatal except the shooter. So that's nice to know. I when I was getting ready for work this morning, I was listening to it, and I guess he used to work there or something. And the news was interviewing him, and he was saying something like he's like he should have been fired a long time ago. It was like his 8th. He had like 8 fucking warnings or something. I don't know, something like that. But the people that worked there were totally bitching at Walmart, like, saying they weren't doing what they were supposed to do or whatever. There is a couple missing girls. McKinney police are looking for. Thank you for that, Phantom. Thank you for those links, Kib Kitty. I do want to get into that at Chronicles of Olivia call. I think it's about a half hour. Something like that. But it's the same name as the Drunk Turkey Show lady. And it definitely sounds a lot like her. And she's saying a lot of the same things that she was saying on the Drunk Turkey Show. I don't know. I didn't listen to too much of it, so I can't tell you for sure. But just from the couple minutes I did check out of it, it did sound like that. Yes, McKinney, Texas, Detective 1. Any more when I'm in a storm? You just never know, really. You just never know. But a lot more details. So yeah, let me go ahead and get started into this. Let me get started into the Walmart thing. I got probably 4 or 5 videos on that, and then we'll get to a lot of the other stuff that I have saved for tonight. And if anybody would like a panel invite, you're more than welcome, or you can shoot the call. I can still screen share when I have a open panel, but when I get the phone call, it's pretty much just a one-on-one. So I won't be able to display any links or anything like that for phone calls. But if you're more comfortable with it, you're more than welcome. They believe it. Yes, that is correct. They believe the grandmother is the one that kidnapped them. Yeah. All right, so let's get into it. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out, hopping in. On a Friday night, former Walmart employee opens fire in Indiana store, injuring 1. Turn this music down.
Tonight, Indiana police releasing body camera footage, which they say shows the frantic search for a gunman inside an Evansville Walmart after he shot an employee in the face before turning his handgun on officers.
Walmart West. All cars be advised, active shooter.
Investigators say around 10 p.m. last night, Ronald Ray Mosley II fired at police in and outside the Evansville store where he once worked.
He looks familiar.
Drop it! Drop it!
Before police shot and killed the 25-year-old. NBC News spoke with a woman who says her niece, Amber Cook, is the victim, who police say was walking and talking after being shot.
She is still being treated and is in stable condition. However, she will be affected by the shooting for the rest of her life.
Police say just before 10 p.m., about a dozen employees gathered in the break room when Mosley showed up with a handgun. That's when police say Heather Moore bolted from the room, calling 911, then returning to help Cook as the suspect fled.
Heather Moore is an absolute hero. She helps get the victim up, gets her out of the room, takes her into another room, locks the door, turns off the lights, and hid behind some computer equipment.
What do you want to say to the employee who made that 911 call so quickly?
Thank you. You definitely have a coworker that's life you saved. For doing that, her instincts were absolutely heroic, and we can't thank her enough.
Authorities believe Mosley targeted for colleagues. Police say the suspect worked at this Walmart in 2022 when he assaulted 4 fellow employees before the company fired him. Just hours before last night's shooting, prosecutors say he was in mental health court for that very case.
It took 4
Investigators
people
found
to
a suicide
fucking
note in his
fire
home
that
after the shootout.
Jesse, what are police saying about the weapon he used?
What the fuck?
The Evansville police chief tells me he doesn't know how the suspect got that weapon, adds that even with his prior plea deal, Mosley could have still legally purchased that 9mm handgun.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app.
All right, thank you. I already hit backspace, and I don't know why it took so long to register. All right, let's go to this next video. Wish TV. Sorry if
police say the
that.
gunman in a shooting at an.
Sorry if these say the same thing. I just want to check out all of them. Just ooh, I got the first like.
Evansville Walmart was a former employee and targeted employees at the store. Police say Ronald Mosley II went into the store just before 10 o'clock last night. They say he went to the employee break room where employees were getting ready to have a meeting. They say he pulled everyone against the wall.
Isn't that okay? There was like another recent Walmart shooting where they walked into the fucking break room, right? Yeah. We covered that. It was, I think it was the beginning of the show, like the beginning of all my shows. They walked into the break room and did that.
Then told a man and a woman to stay in the center of the room. Police say he shot the woman in the face. They say the man ran and Mosley chased after him. Police arrived minutes later and went in looking for Mosley. They say Mosley fired shots at them, then tried to run out the back door.
Thank you for hopping in. How are you doing tonight?
Officers. Police say
I thought he
went back inside where he exchanged gunfire with police and was hit and killed. The woman shot by Mosley was flown by a helicopter to an Indianapolis hospital. Police say she's in stable condition. They say a fellow employee rendered aid to her at the store until medics arrived. And now police officers are telling us that no one was hurt. The department shared a message from one of the first responders.
Last night on the way to Walmart West, I said, God be with us. And he was. I've never had anyone open fire on me. That was the first. And a moment I won't forget. I appreciate the training I've been given. To all who responded, to all who ran in, to all who maintained the perimeter, to all who were off duty and ran to help. We are blessed in this community to have such dedicated first responders. I thank you, and I am proud to serve with you.
Police say just hours earlier, Mosley appeared in court to face battery charges for assaulting employees at the Walmart when he worked there. He was fired and barred from the store. A teen killed in a shooting near 30th and College has been identified as 17-year-old Rania Grundy. Police say they found her driving a car erratically.
Let's see here. What else? That's interesting, though. That person walks into the break room just like the other one. Let's see. We'll get these Walmart ones. Then we'll switch to the missing girls. Let's see here. We got a bunch of stuff tonight. Here's another one. Check out. Again, sorry if they say the same stuff.
A scary situation overnight at a Walmart in southern Indiana. Police say a former Walmart employee opened fire inside that store. He hurt at least one person before police moved in and killed him. Customers there still in the Evansville, Indiana store. They were there at the time of that shooting. The officers now being praised for their quick bravery and actions.
9mm, huh?
Walmart West, all cars be advised, active shooter.
Overnight, a gunman killed in a shootout with police after allegedly opening fire in an Evansville, Indiana Walmart, wounding at least one person. Authorities say when police got to the scene, they immediately moved into the store as people were still running out. Within minutes, they found the alleged shooter, who police now as 25-year-old Ronald Ray Mosley II, weaving the iron at officers.
Shooter is currently shooting from the electronics area of Walmart.
Clear the air, clear the air. Where is the suspect?
Authorities say officers exchanged gunfire with Mosley several times before law enforcement shot and killed him.
They were trying to locate the suspect. And
Good evening, ATS. How are you this evening?
Officers and moved. The Evansville Police Department.
This is right down the street.
Was a former Walmart employee who had been co-workers with a woman he shot. The victim was taken to the hospital and able to talk, though her condition is unknown. No officers were injured.
Officers were on scene very quickly, went right in to Walmart.
Walmart in a statement saying the entire Walmart family is shocked by the senseless violence. Our hearts are with our associate at this time. This incident follows a mass shooting at a Southern Virginia Walmart last November.
Yeah.
The manager shot and killed 6 co-workers.
That's right.
Turning the gun on himself. It's not immediately clear what the suspect's motive was behind the shooting.
Right.
That Walmart will remain closed as the investigation continues.
And walked into the break room and pretty much did the same thing as this dude did. Let me see. I think I got another one here. Right here. Another one. 152. 13 News Now. Right, Detective One? I don't know. I'll keep you guys updated on this shit. I have a feeling that... Okay, it took him assaulting 4 fucking employees. And then they fired him? I don't know.
Now to a scary situation.
And then all the complaints from all the people that work there. I don't know. Something's being brushed under the rug.
Overnight at a Walmart in Indiana. Police say a former Walmart employee is dead after he opened fire inside the store. One woman is hurt. The police say several customers were inside the store at the time.
Now we're told the terrifying thing lasted for about 15 minutes. ABC's M. Wynn has the details.
Walmart West, all cars be advised, active shooter.
The gunman killed in a shootout with police after allegedly opening fire in an Evansville, Indiana Walmart, wounding at least one person. Authorities say when police got to the scene, they immediately moved into the store as people were still running out. Within minutes, they found the alleged shooter, who police now identify as 25-year-old Ronald Ray Mosley II, weaving through the aisles, firing at officers.
Shooter is currently shooting from the electronics area of Walmart.
Clear the air, clear the air. Where is the suspect?
Authorities say officers exchanged gunfire with Mosley several times before law enforcement shot and killed him.
They were trying to locate the suspect, and he was all over the store. He would shoot at officers and move.
The Evansville Police Department confirming Mosley was a former Walmart employee who may have been co-workers with a woman he shot. The victim was taken to the hospital and able to talk, though her condition is unknown. No officers were injured.
Officers were on scene very quickly, went right in to Walmart.
Walmart in a statement saying the entire Walmart family is shocked by the senseless violence. Our hearts are with our associate at this time. This incident follows a mass shooting at a Southern Virginia Walmart last November, where a manager shot and killed 6 co-workers before turning the gun on himself. It's not immediately clear what the suspect's motive was behind the shooting. That Walmart will remain closed as the investigation continues. M. Wynn, ABC News, Washington.
Yeah, a couple videos ago it said that it took 4 assaults of other fellow co-workers for him to finally be terminated. That's what I'm saying. Something is being brushed under the rug because the employees were already, as soon as the stuff the shooting took place, and then everybody was waking up, there was a lot of people fucking complaining about not only this dude, about the shit happening and how it shouldn't have never happened if Walmart was doing their job when it came to enforcing company policy and letting things kind of go way beyond where they should have been allowed to go. And that was this morning. So and now I didn't know that he had assaulted 4 other employees before he was terminated. So once I heard that, it's like, yeah, something's being swept under the rug. Something. Let me see. Okay, so let me see. That's 5 hours, 6 hours ago. I'll just go ahead and read. It's going to be the same stuff. But yeah, I'm interested to hear what comes out over the next, here's the body cam, over the next couple days here. Body cam breakdown. Okay, here's the body cam. Hello, Chemistry Queen. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Treated employees horrible. Huh. I mean, I have heard people complain a lot about, I think it's the benefits, maybe. I can't. There was something people, I think it was maybe the benefits or something like that. It had something to do with full-time employees not getting what most full-time employees get or something. I don't remember for sure. Oh boy. I hope you get to feeling better, Chemistry Queen. I know everybody's getting sick. Yeah, we've missed you for sure. Oh, I wish I could see the emojis. Some of them on StreamYard, some of them show, some of them don't. All right, let's watch this body cam. I think I'm going to keep this one. This is raw. Now they were saying that this morning that they had to be very careful in there because of the echoing effect. They had an idea but didn't know for sure because it was hard to pinpoint the location because of the echo effect. And then also with shooting, they wanted to make sure that they weren't shooting at one of their own because of the echoing effect, and thinking that fire was coming from somewhere that it might not have been. The pay kind of sucks too. Yeah, like I mean, I've always heard people like, I think, or maybe it was holidays. Maybe holidays or something, like you have to work holidays there, maybe, or something. It was something where they weren't getting what normal full-time employees get or something. I wish I could remember what it was. Yeah, fingers crossed. What's up, Christy B? Chemistry Queen, that's good. Yeah. I'm kind of sniffly today, actually. Thank you, Kid Kitty. I appreciate that. Yeah, they said that it was a very tense situation because of the echo effect in the store.
Push that way. Back up, let's go.
Just really quick, it's quiet. If you notice, there's no shots actively being fired. That's why they're moving together. They're kind of slowed down. They're in searching mode at this time.
The weather's just been changing from warm to cold, and I think it's just because it went to cold, windy and cold overnight. I think it's just the weather. I feel good though. I actually feel more awake than I have any night this week. So I'm not sure why. Thank you, ATS.
Need one.
I do need to get some vitamin C. Oh, see, this echo effect.
Push.
They have Walmart neighborhood markets as well, where it's just groceries. This was a regular Walmart. Ooh, icy? Ooh. Yeah, you guys probably get the weather like a half a day. Probably like a half a day after mine. Whoops. Ooh.
Down. Get out! Drop it! He's down.
Jeez.
Hold fire! He's down!
How many freaking shots was
Start getting
that?
that. Medics in here.
So from there,
Whoa, this one's 15 minutes? Oh, whoa.
Murphy's Law doesn't mean...
What the hell was this? What was... Murphy's Law? We're watching body
Police in
cam.
Evansville, Indiana shot and killed a shooting suspect at a Walmart store Thursday night. New body camera footage shows the tense moments police took down the shooter. Officers responded to a report.
Where's my... I'm sorry, hold on. Oh, my lord.
Murphy's Law doesn't mean that something bad
Oh, my gosh.
will happen. What it means is that whatever can happen will happen.
Yeah, like this fucking video popping up for no fucking reason, right? Jeez. All right, let me get back to my shit. Frickin' YouTube, man. Man. Here, I thought it was because my other playlist had like 800 videos in it. So I made a new one for the month of January. I'm going to separate them all by month now because it just gets crazy. And I want to... There's a lot of them I just have to keep. They're just too good. All right. I want to watch this again.
play out.
Rain, rain, rain everywhere. Everywhere. So was that him shooting before he started running? Is that where they... Because it sounded like the same...
Push that way.
The same muffle.
Back up.
So... And a 9mm's gotta sound completely different than that on a body cam.
Just really quick, it's quiet. If you notice, there's no shots actively being fired. That's why they're moving together. They're kind of slowed down. They're in searching mode at this time.
Searching mode? Who
There
is
are
this?
customers inside the store at this time and employees as well. So.
Searching mode?
Do that. Right here. Do that. You might hold that way.
I can't stand the snow either.
E1. Push. Where's that last shot?
Yeah, they had a hard time pinpointing the location because of the echo. What is he shooting? Like the fucking ceiling?
Down. Get out! Drop it! Down. I'm moving up. Hold fire!
Jeez, if anybody would like this, I'll put the link in the chat. Jeez. Be interesting to find out what the breakdown was. Yeah, I can't stand the snow. Cannot stand the snow. All right, I'll keep that. Let's see. And some Alec Baldwin stuff too. Okay, heroic actions. Oh, so these are new ones. Oh, shoot. Yeah, let me go to this one. It'll be the last one for the Walmart stuff.
Former Walmart employee is dead after he went into an Indiana store where he used to work and opened fire. He was killed in a shootout with police. Cody Bailey from our News Nation affiliate in Evansville joins us live. So Cody, police just gave you an update a short while ago. Are they saying anything about a motive?
I believe he's
now?
a meteorologist. I'm surprised he was out there.
Yeah, Kelly, we are getting a little bit clearer of a picture, or at least some of the puzzle pieces together on possibly leading us to a motive. We're still hearing from investigators that is a part of the investigation, but we do know based on that update just a couple of hours ago that they are calling this a targeted attack against two possibly Walmart employees here in Evansville. During the press conference, officers from the Evansville Police Department saying that the suspect left some sort of note at his home before arriving here at Walmart, so that is leading to some indications that this was a planned attack. And again, this was targeted to one, at least two. We know the victim that was shot in the face was one of the intended targets, and then the suspect, again, 25-year-old Ronald Jr., or the second rather, Ronald Moore, he is took that shot at the suspect and then chased a male target that police believe was at least the second target for the shooter there. Now, one thing that was noted during the press conference that we did not hear of until earlier this afternoon was someone by the name of Heather Moore. They're calling her one of the management officials here at Walmart. They're calling her efforts heroic in last night's shooting here that occurred just around the 10 o'clock hour. What police say is that as the suspect shot the first victim, had his back turned towards Heather, she snuck out of the break room to call for help, to call 911, and saying her quick actions led to possibly saving even more lives of not just employees, but possibly the first responders, the law enforcement, and the customers inside. Here's a little bit of what the officials were saying earlier today about the heroic efforts from Heather Moore.
I have no doubt that he was going back to finish what he started, and we would probably have a dead victim today instead of one that's alive. So in my eyes, I think Heather Moore is an absolute hero. I'm not one that throws out the term hero a lot.
And one of the themes, too, that we spoke with, not just the officials this morning, but even here on the scene last night, were also the heroic efforts of the police and the law enforcement presence as they ran inside, saying their quick thinking and quick actions also saved lives as well. And the stat that they gave us, Kelly, was from the time the first 911 call came in to the time the suspect was taken down and shot and killed by police was in the time span of 12 minutes.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation.
You know, it makes me think, like, before COVID, I was one of those people that absolutely loved to go do my Walmart shopping at like 2 or 3 in the morning. Loved it. Before COVID, before they changed the hours, quit having 24, open 24 and stuff. I can't imagine trying to go fucking feel comfortable at 2 or 3 in the morning now. If it was even available, which I don't think it is still, but it'd be even scarier now.
On your television provider, and don't forget to click the
be even fucking scarier. And that used to be, man, it was the best. I loved it. 2, 3 in the morning Walmart shopping. It was great. All right. I want to get into these missing girls. Let's see. Here's the first video I have right here. Yeah, I hope y'all feel better.
I want you to take a good look at your screen here. McKinney police, they're now working with the FBI this afternoon, trying to find these 2 young girls, 6-year-old Jennifer Burns and 9-year-old Jessica Burns, are the subject of an active Amber Alert right now. Police say they were kidnapped yesterday by their grandmother from a CC's Pizza, where they were having a supervised visit with their father. Our Andrea Lucia is live right now from that restaurant, and you've got the latest for us, Andrea.
What, do you go to the bathroom?
Police believe that the girl's father, Justin Burns, played some role in all of this. They're not exactly explaining how. They do say, though, he was here at CC's Pizza when officers arrived in response to a 911 call from a CPS worker. He's now in jail, charged with 2 counts of kidnapping. A CPS spokesperson said 6-year-old Jennifer, 9-year-old Jessica, and their sister, who's identified in court records as being about 8 years old, had been in foster care. She told me she believes all 3 were present yesterday, along with their dad and a CPS worker, when their grandmother, Jamie Burns, is accused of taking off with 2 of the girls. Police say she has a criminal history that has them worried.
This mugshot of
What?
hers from an arrest about a year and a half ago, when court records show she was charged with placing her granddaughters in imminent danger by exposing them
Wow.
to methamphetamine. Former neighbors say all three girls
Holy
had previously
crap.
been living with their father and grandmother at this Allen apartment complex, where they were the subject of many complaints. Court records show the family was evicted last month for failing to pay rent.
Oh.
In a press conference this afternoon, McKinney police asked anyone with information on the girls or their grandmother to come forward.
Aw.
Burns was last seen driving off in a black SUV. We have very limited information at this time.
Oh,
we know there
wow.
was a scratch on the front of this SUV. It has silver door handles and a black interior.
Jennifer was last seen wearing purple framed glasses, a light blue shirt with sparkle designs, and blue jeans. Jessica was last seen wearing dark framed glasses, a red long sleeved shirt with black sleeves, and blue jeans.
Wow.
CBS says Jennifer and Jessica's sister remained in their custody. They won't say much more than that. I did find an officer's account, though, of Jamie Burns' previous arrest for child endangerment. That's a case that records show she was supposed to have a court hearing for this morning. We'll have more details on that coming up at 5.
Wow.
Reporting live in McKinney, Andrea Lucia, CBS 11 News.
Wow, that's crazy. Whoa, how? If it was a supervised visit, how? How? Police give update. I don't understand. How? If it's supervised and CPS was there. How? Ooh, I like this. I like this. It was in Texas. Yes, 2 children. Chemistry queen. 2 sisters. Jessica and Jennifer Burns. Boom. Oh, hey. Whoa. The symphony. The crescendo. It's like a rocket about to take off in your eardrum. Oh. Now we're back to quiet. When is this gonna fucking pop up or what? Jeez, oh my gosh, it was like 4 minutes. Hold on. I thought it was gonna just be a second. Okay. What the hell? 5 minutes of a 7-minute video was music. It was pretty cool though.
Asking for the public's help this morning in finding 2 little girls who were abducted in our city last night. Our main goal right now is to find these little girls. To that end, we do have an Amber Alert in effect for 9-year-old Jessica Burns and her sister, 6-year-old Jennifer. They are both white. Here are the descriptions. Jessica.
I think the visit was for 3, but she only took the 2. I think is what happened. One was 6, one was 9, and then the other one that they don't mention, they said they think was 8. That was pretty cool music. Oh my gosh. I'm still waiting for that other music.
Jessica is 4'10". She weighs 90 pounds. She has blonde hair and blue eyes. Jennifer is
Good
4 feet
evening,
tall. She weighs
Justice.
We do have a bit of a more description on her and what she was wearing. She also has blonde hair
Oh, they fixed the audio finally. Okay.
and blue eyes. She was last seen wearing purple framed glasses, a light blue shirt with sparkle designs, and blue jeans. They are suspected of being taken by their
Thirds in
paternal
protective
grandmother.
custody.
She is 60-year-old Jamie Burns. She was last seen wearing dark framed glasses, a red long sleeve shirt with black sleeves, and blue jeans. These girls were last seen just before 6 o'clock last night at a restaurant near Central and Virginia. Excuse me.
How did they get
where
away?
They were having a supervised visit with CPS and their father.
CPS.
CPS has temporary custody of these little girls. Burns was last seen driving off in a black SUV. We have
Okay, how do you take off, not even know what the license plate number of the vehicle is, on a supervised visit with CPS? I don't understand. How?
CPS has temporary custody of these little girls.
How?
By their paternal grandmother. She is 60-year-old Jamie Burns. She was last seen wearing dark frame glasses, a red long sleeve shirt with black sleeves, and blue jeans. These girls were last seen just before 6 o'clock last night at a restaurant near Central and Virginia. Excuse me. Where they were having a supervised visit with CPS and their father. CPS has temporary custody of these little girls. Burns was last seen driving off in a black SUV. We have very limited information at this time. We know there was a scratch on the front
Very
of this
limited
SUV. It
information.
has silver door handles and a black interior. Our detectives right now are working with the
How?
FBI. They're working with DPS as well to locate Jennifer and Jessica. And right now, our main goal is to get those girls back safely.
How?
We do know that the CPS worker called 911 last night. We also know that the dad was at the restaurant when our officers arrived. He was taken into custody. He is now in the Collin County Sheriff's custody, jail. He's in jail now. His name is Justin Burns. His date of birth is 1/15/89.
So
we do believe he was involved in this.
He stayed there?
He was arrested and taken into custody on 2 felony counts of kidnapping.
What?
And the grandmother does have a criminal history. That's why it is imperative at this time that we locate Jennifer and Jessica and get them back safely. We ask that anyone that has any information at all or spots the children or the grandmother or the vehicle to call 911. Whatever it is that you know or you may have seen, please call the McKinney Police Department so we can locate Jennifer and Jessica. At this time, we are not taking questions because literally this is an ongoing investigation. It's very fluid right now, and we need to get these girls home. When we do have more information, we will get that to you as quickly as possible. Right now, we are so thankful for our media partnerships and all the eyes on the ground across Dallas-Fort Worth and really many states surrounding us looking for these 2 children. Thank you so much, and please let's get these little girls home.
Right, Justice? What the fuck is right? How in the hell? How does that happen on a supervised visit? This CPS person needs to start talking. What the hell happened?
An Amber Alert has been issued for Jennifer and Jessica Burns.
It was at a restaurant, right? No, I think it was because... I don't know. But to okay, grabbed them and ran, had to get into the car, then had to pull out of the parking lot and then drive off. Yeah, at a restaurant with people around. So I don't see them doing some... They didn't even have a license plate. They had very little details about the vehicle. Like... I just don't see him causing a scene and running out and then all of a sudden nobody not looking. At least looking. And then noticing a license plate or something. I feel like maybe the person had to go to the bathroom and then the reason the dad stayed behind but is getting charged with kidnapping is because he was like, okay, go ahead. I'll just stay behind. Ooh. I'm wondering if they just had to take a shit. Not good.
Burns, just 6 and 9 years old. Police believe they could be in immediate danger. Our Nick Starling joins us live where the search for these two girls continues. Nick, what's the latest?
Well, Keith, we're at the location where those two girls were last seen. This is 320 North Central Expressway. It's right here at the CC's Pizza. And it's typically a very busy area around 6 p.m. when these two girls were last seen and reported abducted. Now, here are the pictures of those two girls. 6-year-old Jennifer Burns, who was last seen wearing purple framed glasses, a light blue shirt with a sparkle design on the front, and blue jeans. And 9-year-old Jessica Burns, last seen wearing a black framed glasses, red long sleeve shirt with black shoulders and blue jeans. DPS believes 6-year-old Jamie Burns is responsible for abducting the two girls. We do not have a picture of her yet, but police are searching for a black SUV with a white scratch on the front. That's all of the information we have at this point. I reached out to McKinney Police to get a little bit more details and the connection between the accused abductor and these two girls as well. We don't have any information from that. McKinney Police have yet to get back with me. But if you have any information about the whereabouts of these two girls, you're asked to contact McKinney Police or call 911 to bring them back home. Reporting live in McKinney, Nick Starling, CBS 11 News.
Nick, needless to say, everyone is praying for the safe return.
Yeah, jeez. Somebody's got to notice her, right? With two little girls. Somebody's got to notice her with two little girls somewhere. This was an hour ago, I think. Yeah, we watched that one. Not this one, though. We'll check this one out.
We've been following this case for you more than 24 hours since McKinney police say these two young girls were abducted by their grandmother. They are 6-year-old Jennifer and 9-year-old Jessica Burns at the focus of an active Amber Alert at this hour. They were last seen at CC's restaurant right off Highway 75 in McKinney last night. We've got Andrea Lucia live. She's been there live for us all afternoon, tracking what we know at this Lucia live. She's been there live.
Oh, we did watch this. Look at that. Right off the frickin' interstate. There's another highway. She could be long gone by now. Oh, we didn't watch that one because I just liked it. Hold on. Oh, my Lord. SRB.
McKinney last night. We've got Andrea Lucia live. She's been there live for us all afternoon, tracking what we know at this hour. Hey, Andrea.
Hey, yeah, these two girls were here to see their father yesterday. It was a visit that was being supervised by an employee of the Child Protective Services. An agency spokesperson told me she believes the girl's middle sister was also here, but not kidnapped. McKinney police have not yet said how they think this all went down. But they say the girl's father, Justin Burns, was somehow involved.
I don't remember that
jail
one.
Now charged with 2 counts of kidnapping. The CPS worker who was with them called 911. The agency confirms the 3 sisters had been in its custody and in foster care. Prior to that, their former neighbors report the girls were living in Allen with their father and grandmother. McKinney police say the grandmother, Jamie Burns, who they are still looking for, was seen driving off yesterday.
The CPS worker called 911. All right, this is a video from that little baby that was waving a gun and shit. Thank God nothing happened, because you saw sometimes where that gun was pointed when that little baby was walking around with it. Thank God that thing didn't go off. This is the dad.
And shortly after that, they put the dad, Osborne, in cuffs.
Oh, that's... Oh, wow. I was wondering what happened.
And shortly after that, they put the dad, Osborne, in cuffs. We had on the deputy chief of the Beech Grove Police Department earlier this week to talk about what happened. And here's what he said about why police initially let Osborne go with a warning before they saw that surveillance video.
They did a cursory look around in the living room. People still have a right expectation of privacy. At this point, we have somebody's word and we have somebody else's word. It's the great people that came forward with the video. I mean, that's what we ask of everybody. If you have something, let us know. So when they come forward and show that video, now we're over this he said, she said threshold. We're at this threshold where like we have hard evidence now. So they immediately went back up there, and as you saw, your video played the rest of it. But they just needed a little bit more. And because of that good neighbor coming forward, they got it.
Joining me now to assess what happened in court
So
today,
it was like a
Katie
ring
Jackson
camera?
Lindsay, criminal defense attorney and former Marion County, Indiana deputy prosecutor. Thanks very much for coming on the show. Really appreciate it. All right, how significant is it that he was out on bail?
Shit's going
in
crazy
connection
in
with
Indiana
another
this
charge?
week, huh?
How does that impact the possibility that he could be
Vicky
out
and Casey
in connection
White.
with this case?
All sorts of shit.
Well, I think he has two issues with the fact that he was out on bail. The first is that he's now been charged with a new offense, which could be a violation of his pretrial release, as well as his bail conditions. But also, many jurisdictions will prohibit a person who is on pretrial release or out on bail from actually being in possession of a firearm at all. So I think that complicates his release status for both of those reasons.
And what do you make of the $60,000 bond? Does that sound, about right in this kind of case? Does that mean if he can raise it, he's out?
Well, I would consider that an elevated bond in this case. Here in Indiana, our different counties have individual bail matrix that we use, or bail schedules that we use in order to determine what is an appropriate bond. And in this situation, he's charged with a level 5 felony. So in the grand scheme of our sentencing code and our penalty ranges, a level 5 felony is at the lower end. So a $60,000 bond, I think, is a greater than normal bond. And in fact, his case chronology shows that the state actually requested a greater than normal bond as a result of his pretrial release status, as well as his criminal history.
It's fair to say, is it not, that he's also very lucky as a legal matter that no one got hurt, right?
Yeah.
Meaning if his child had inadvertently,
Or anybody
obviously,
through the door.
hurt someone, shot someone, he could be
Parking lot.
facing much more serious criminal charges.
Absolutely. So the highest charge that he's facing is for the dangerous possession of a firearm, in that the state alleges that he provided the firearm to the child. The lower level charges that he is facing, they're identical. It's 2 level 6 felonies for neglect of a dependent. In the state of Indiana, neglect of a dependent can be elevated all the way up to a level 1 felony. And the next highest level felony after level 1 is a murder. So had the child injured himself, which is typically what happens in these kinds of cases, then he absolutely could be facing charges for the child's death.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
Especially if you ain't making sure that fucking thing is in a locked safe or case or something. And he is very lucky. All right, we've been on the topic of cartels for a few days. This came across our videos here. I did want to play a video from News Nation about cartels using drones to keep track of U.S. law enforcement. Then we'll get into some other stuff. We've got about a 20-some minute
We turn our
phone call.
attention now to the U.S.-Mexico border, where Mexican cartels have a new, to them, I guess, tool to help them protect their profits. And that new tool is drones. Allie Bradley joins us live with more information. Allie, the U.S. military has been using drones for decades. Now the cartels have a hold of them too. What are you learning?
Yeah, Mitch, those smuggling operations really have evolved from those tried and true methods like the ladders and ropes that we've been seeing to things like this, drones. Yeah, the U.S. military has been using them. The cartel is loving them. So take a look here at this video. This is what the drones look like from the sky. Of course, right now you can see that they are trudging through the areas looking for migrants using the drones as well. The Mexican cartels are flying these drones above law enforcement. They're keeping an eye on the movements of law enforcement so that they can send migrants across in the holes. Now, across the border, human and drug smuggling is rampant. The cartels are making a lot of money off of this too, bringing people and drugs into the United States. They've also expanded operations, and they're really keeping American law enforcement on their toes. Take a listen.
They'll use drones to scout our positions. Where are Border Patrol agents? How can they facilitate the drug trade? They'll also use the drones to actually fly into the United States land, and they'll carry small packages with drugs. And so these drones are an extremely effective tool.
Now, despite the drones giving smugglers an advantage here when it comes to physically moving people, they're still doing this. They're still trying to outrun law enforcement. This happened in Valverde County, where you see 3 migrants bail out during a smuggling pursuit. One of them barely makes it, as you saw there, as the car drives away. The driver, just 16 years old. And Mitch, what Brandon Judd with the National Border Patrol Council is telling us is that law enforcement really needs to evolve right along with the cartel. They feel like they're one step behind right now. They're saying they need to beef up intel. They need to find out where these drones exactly are taking off from and where they're landing in order to be more successful in stopping the cartel from moving people and drugs into the U.S.
And Allie, my question about the drones too is are they flying over American airspace, or are they staying on the Mexican side of the border but very close to the border so they can see into
You're flying over,
American
dude.
land
She
and see
just
where
said
the law
they're
enforcement
delivering
is?
packages.
If they are over
and
American
picking shit
airspace,
up.
can Customs and Border Protection or somebody else shoot them down?
They're landing.
So that's something that they're actually talking about right now, is being able to respond to those drones up in the air that do make it over into the U.S. side.
Shoot
but
the
there are some
motherfuckers
issues
down.
with that, where they would be shooting drones into the sky, and then you have people's residences nearby and things like that. So that's one thing, Mitch, that they are working out details on. But for the most part, we're seeing things,
I guarantee you,
on
those
the
neighbors
Mexico
would
side,
say,
like
"Go
this.
ahead."
You're seeing DPS turning away smugglers that, are still using those old methods like ladders. We've seen that in Naco and Nogales as well, where they're using those ladders and ropes. But sometimes they are successful in turning those smugglers back, Mitch. But again, they have a lot of work to do in order to get that intel just really laser focused on how they're going to get those drones to stop bringing people and drugs across the border. Of course, the drones aren't physically moving them, but they give the smugglers intel.
Well, it's good to know that the cartels haven't taken to the Amazon or Walmart method of delivering drugs by drone, but maybe they'll get there. Allie Bradley, she's very knowledgeable about the border. She's on top of it for us every day. Allie, thank you for that.
Thanks for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
Go to newsnationnow.com. Yeah, they could have finished building it. They just didn't do it. And I guarantee you, any one of those neighbors would be like, you know what? I give you all my fucking permission to shoot them motherfuckers down. I guarantee every fucking neighbor would be saying that shit. Come on. They'd rather hear a fucking gunshot going over there and feel comfort from it instead of having a whole bunch of fucking drugs getting smuggled through their fucking backyard and them finding shit in their yard. All right, let me take a quick look at the break-in here. See if we got anything coming out crazy. And then it's 8:11, so we're going to get into that phone call. Thank you for the link for that, Kid Kitty, the Chronicles of Olivia. And I believe it's the same same caller that we listened to on the Drunk Turkey show the other night. So that'll be interesting. I'm not seeing anything. I'm seeing a whole bunch of sports. I might have a sports show tomorrow afternoon. Or morning. But if I do, you'll get a notification. Yeah, I'm not seeing nothing new. All right, nothing new. Let me go through the list here. Murdoch, we can always cover him tomorrow if we don't get to it. I do want to get to this phone call, and then, you know what? Let me get to this Madalena Kochikari video real quick. I do want to play this real quick, see what's new. It's been a while since we heard anything on this case, and then we will get into that Chronicles of Olivia phone call, because I do want to check that out totally. Let's see what's new with this one, though. It's been a while.
In our missing series
Good night,
this
everybody.
week, we are bringing
I
you.
just want to say, anybody that's hopping off and heading to sleep, good night. I hope you guys feel better. Vitamin C, aqua, and plenty of rest, and that's the best thing. And thank you for coming to hang out.
A case that has gained national and international attention. And it involves the disappearance of an 11-year-old girl from North Carolina named Madalena Kochikari. It has been almost 2 months since this little girl was last seen in public.
And
just before
nothing. We've heard
Thanksgiving.
nothing.
But her mother and her stepfather waited 3 weeks to report her disappearance. What happened during those 3 weeks is a question that we still cannot answer. And we still don't know where Madalena is now. Derek Dellinger with our News Nation station in Charlotte has been looking into the case.
2 months.
If there is new information out about the Madalena Kochikari case, police are not saying it. Most of what we've been able to get has specifically been from court records. But to get a full understanding of the case, you have to start at the beginning. Among the pixelated faces on this video is one that is clear as day. Madalena Kochikari is getting off a school bus. It's November 21st, just before Thanksgiving break, about 5 o'clock. This is the last time she was known to be seen by anyone else other than her mother and stepfather.
Christopher, Miss Kochikari,
both of which are now facing charges. Diana Kochikari and Christopher Palmer to this day in jail, but not for anything that specifically happened to Madalena. They eventually did report her missing, but in North Carolina, where this all happened, you have to do it in a timely manner. By the time they did report that Madalena had disappeared, it was 3 weeks later, and only after her school started asking questions on where she was.
I do remember her just playing alone, so I went to go play with her and we just connected.
I'm just hoping so sincerely that we find this little girl.
Cornelius, North Carolina, where Madalena lived, is a town just north of the city of Charlotte. Located next to Lake Norman, it's a place that, even with high-dollar homes nearby, still feels like a small, tight-knit town. Neighbors, though, say the people living at this home largely kept to themselves.
I haven't seen mom quite as much, but I have seen the stepfather out with the daughter just doing normal walks and bikes and stuff.
The school where Madalena went was the first to notice. She was due to be back after Thanksgiving break, but she never showed. Court record that a counselor and school resource officer made attempts to reach her mother, and that they even dropped by the home after Madalena had been absent for more than 10 days. Once they did get a hold of her mother, they told her to bring Madalena in. On December 15th, Diana Kochikari showed up at the school without her daughter, saying that Madalena had gone missing.
Missing 11-year-old girl from Cornelius.
Madalena Kochikari's family says both her stepfather, Christopher Palmer, and her mother, Diana Kochikari, were arrested.
Investigators say they've conducted interviews across state lines.
The news started gaining traction. People in the community started to worry.
I pray for her safety. Bring her home, wherever she is, bring her home.
Cornelius police from the beginning have been on a desperate search to track her down. Neighborhood door knocks, working with the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation and the FBI, even searching the waters of Lake Norman. But no sign of Madalena. But as time has gone on, more information on what police have been looking for has come out. When Christopher Palmer and Diana Kochikari eventually did go before a court on their charges, court records said that after the November 21st video, Madalena was still around, but according to the arrest sheets for both, there were conflicts on when both parents last saw her. Palmer said he last saw Madalena a week before she went missing. Diana Kochikari saying that she last saw her daughter on November 23rd, the same night her and her husband had an argument. One thing is for certain, though, after that date, no one saw her. Palmer reportedly took a brief trip to Michigan during that time, and during the time Madalena was last seen to the time that she was reported missing, Diana Kochikari reportedly took a trip to the mountains of western North Carolina. Not much is known about the specifics of either of those trips, but during the time Palmer and Diana Kochikari were together after Madalena went missing, they were reportedly asking the other where Madalena was. The arrest report for Diana Kochikari said that she had been urged to go to police by her family, but she didn't, reportedly because she didn't want to cause any issues with her husband, despite saying that she feared for her family's safety.
It just seems so normal. It's just, nothing stands out, you know? So it's kind of the even more confusing part.
Records indicate the Palmer had lived in Michigan, but in North Carolina, the only real legal trouble that he seemed to have had was with traffic violations. Diana Kocikari, though, is from the Eastern European country of Moldova. She appeared in a YouTube series in Moldova back in 2014, where she talked having been married, divorced, and wanting to remarry, but needing to lose weight. A little girl identified as her daughter was also on that show, age 3. While she didn't identify that girl by name, that girl would now likely be 11 and likely is Madalina. In a later video, Diana Kocikari had a ring on her finger. Not much is known about the couple or their life, but that is something that Cornelius police have been working to figure out. Search warrants recently released show from day one police wanted cell phone records and searches of the home where Madalina lived. We know what they were looking for. Cell phone search warrants say that they were looking for evidence of a kidnapping, text messages, call records, GPS locations. Search warrants for the home looking for anything from documents to weapons to hairs, bodily fluids, or blood. One of those searches happened on December 21st. A list of things that they pulled from the home redacted by a judge. And again, while we know what they were looking for, there's no indication if they found that evidence. Legal experts we spoke with say this is common to cast a wide net on a case specifically like this.
It appears that they don't have a clear indicator one way or another, certainly acknowledging the fact there are many things that remain confidential, but to cover all possibilities, you would certainly want to have a search warrant that was broad enough.
To this day, both Christopher Palmer and Diana Kocikari only face one charge each: failure to report the disappearance of a child to law enforcement. It's a felony, and even with all the questions surrounding this case, police know Madalina's mother and stepfather know something, and they need to tell it.
This is a serious case of a child whose parents clearly are not telling us everything they know.
Cornelius police say they're still working to clear up any discrepancies in their timeline. In the meantime, Madalina is still officially considered missing. Marnie?
Derek Dellinger from our News Nation.
That lady's like master of the obvious.
Telling us everything they know.
Questions surrounding this case. Police know Madalina's mother and stepfather know something, and they need to tell it.
Yeah.
This is a serious case of a child whose parents clearly are not telling us everything they know.
They're not telling you what they fucking know. What do you mean? Yeah, if you'd like to hop up, you're more than welcome to. We're going to check out, do you know, here, hold on a second. Did you ever listen to that, JSD, did you ever listen to that Drunk Turkey Show caller? What's up?
Hello.
Hello.
I did not listen to Drunk Turkey.
You didn't listen to that one?
No, I didn't. I watched, was trying to catch up with like 3 different videos that people were asking me to go watch. That Jenkins video guy, whatever his name is, the one who tried to talk about the photos and stuff. I watched a little of that and a few other videos to try to get some info lately, but no, I never got to the Drunken Turkey video.
Jenkins? Who the fuck is that?
Oh, I don't know what his name is. That weird guy who brought up the pictures for Delphi.
Oh, that guy. Okay. That, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to go see what his
middle name's Watermark.
Yeah, what is okay. Yeah.
It's I don't remember. I mean, it was all over the fucking picture. I don't remember though. I just middle name.
Obviously, the watermark didn't work. It didn't work. Obviously.
No. It was too faint, my friend. I don't remember it.
Yeah.
Well, it's a very. I listened to a couple minutes of it. I have a feeling that she's probably gonna say a lot of the same stuff she said to the Drunk Turkey show. So if you didn't hear it, it should be okay because I think I I don't know. I have to hear it. I only heard a few minutes of it, and while I was listening to it, I was like, "That sounds like that same lady." And then I saw the title of it. It said Kim or something, and I'm like, "Yeah, that lady's name was Kim." Da, 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 da. But anyway, it was a very interesting call. What happened was his Drunk Turkey show was doing a live stream or something, and they have a phone number like I do, right?
Uh-huh.
And whenever you call this phone number, even if we're not live, you can call and leave a message or whatever. Okay.
Mhm.
So he noticed that this number from the Washington state area had called a couple times and left a voicemail. And so he listened to the voicemail and he was like, "Huh, I'll call this lady back or whatever." So he ended up calling her back while they were doing their show, and all of a sudden she just starts like spilling all this stuff. Here her daughter was in the same class as Xana. She knew of all the students. They knew of Koberger. They knew of the did you ever hear about oh my gosh, Brent Lee Kopaka? Did you ever hear about that?
Well, refresh me.
Okay. Do you remember the body cam?
Yeah.
The body cam. Okay. You remember when the Ellie asked Brian, where are you guys going? And he said, we're going to get Thai food. And then the dad was like, well, actually, we're coming from WSU.
Right.
And they were talking about a SWAT incident that took place where somebody was
Right.
shot.
Yep.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
That is the gentleman that is Brent Lee Kopaka. Okay. And Brent Lee Kopaka was ex-military, had some mental struggles that he was going through. He was a 38-year-old gentleman that was living with college students. Okay?
Yeah.
He had threatened his roommates. He was going to kill them. And so they ended up getting SWAT. He let them go, and then he ended up getting unalived during the SWAT incident. Well, this mom is the one that, pretty much brought that up. It's like, hey, yeah, this is the SWAT incident. It was because she was talking about how she felt like there was a connection somehow. Then that started everybody going, okay, is that why he was asking if anybody else
had been
arrested?
arrested.
Yeah, is that why his public defender is requesting any information on a co-defendant? So it's pretty interesting. It was an interesting call. There's a part 1 and a part 2. Part 1 is basically the phone call. And then part 2 is basically the vetting of all of the information that she was talking about and saying during the phone call. So her son and her daughter were both students at WSU, but there was a lot of intermingling between the two schools. They were very friendly to each other. So there was a lot of hanging out back and forth. And her son, I think, was in a class right next to Koberger's classroom. And so she basically drilled her daughter and her daughter's friend during the holiday break because she wanted to know everything, and then she contacted the FBI and then this and that. So she ended up calling in because she was upset because a lot of the students feel that since Brian Koberger's been arrested, that all of the students are like, okay, we can go back to living how we used, doing everything we used to do, blah, blah, blah. And she was like, no, people need to understand that nobody is safe still. They still need to pay attention because things still could happen. So this Chronicles of Olivia, which has done some great interviews over the phone when it comes to people related to this case, whether it was a best friend, that pretty much validated those the posts that we read when he was 16, 17 years old, detailing all of his struggles that he was going through on a chat board. So pretty good. Pretty interesting phone calls that she's done too. She's got a really good channel too. I don't know if you've ever checked her out. But yeah, we're gonna check out that call, and I'm interested to.
So she is stating that this 38, to make sure I understand, which by the way, it makes you really think about renaming your channel, right? Because how neat to call yourself Drunken Turkey. Am I getting that wrong? That's the name of the channel.
It's three dudes. It's three dudes. Drunk. I think it's called. I'd have to look it up. I believe it's called Drunken Turkey Show. You know what? Hold on. Drunk Turkey Show.
We definitely don't want to get it wrong. Drunken
Here it is,
Turkey
right here.
Should be.
Drunk Turkey Show.
But there's three turkeys. You're saying there's three turkeys? Is that what you're saying?
There's three dudes on the picture. I don't know if they're turkeys.
Okay.
And
I'm just saying creative naming. Very creative naming.
Yeah. I mean, it's a cool picture too.
So this mother, I'm break it down for me. This mother called in, had an interview with the show, and talked about that she grilled her own daughter and her daughter's friend about this 38-year-old man who was there
No. Not the 38-year-old man. She was grilling them about the Idaho 4 crime.
Oh, she was asking about that. Okay,
Yes.
okay. It was not about the 38-year-old man who was living with college students and
No, she
and
just
having
knew
this-
that. She just knew that took place.
Okay. All right.
And she was like, why is a 38-year-old man living with college students?
Well, shouldn't we all be asking that?
Right.
I mean, doesn't normally people ask that kind of question?
I don't know. I actually wanted to do some searching on him at some point, but it's been so hectic. I haven't had time to do any of that, really. It's been crazy.
I think the I was watching. Let me make sure I remember. Oh, what is it? I think it's FBLA, if I remember, or FLBA, whatever. It's the station that did a lot of coverage of the Pedito case, right?
Oh, WFLA with JB Bruno.
Thank you. Yeah, and when they do
Good
that,
shit.
so now
They
they
will
do
strike you.
They do a live. You know, they have lots of stuff that they go over and answer people's questions live. And I was really listening as they were slowly going through some of the details of the case, you know. And I didn't listen to it. I was specifically just listening to those pieces of it. And I can't tell you that from the beginning of when you hear about this case, it automatically already sounded like a horror movie, right? It automatically sounds horrific when you're thinking of somebody, you know, coming in. There's maybe, you know, 6 people in the house. At first you're thinking there's 2 downstairs, there's 2 on each floor. Maybe they came in and they took off. And then, you know, to hear them slowly kind of reveal the details. And I think even beyond scary, right? I mean, just beyond scary, that the girl, the roommate, one of the survivors who was on the 2nd floor, describes about hearing that crying, right? The crying of her roommate, and then hearing a voice who we don't know who that voice is, right? It could have been her boyfriend's but I'm scared to say it's more likely the murderer, right? It's more
Oh,
likely Brian.
I never thought it was the boyfriends at once. I thought it
I
was
mean,
the murderer. I mean,
since they
it just
don't
makes.
identify who it is, right? You're not sure, but I'm sure it is who
I
he's.
can
I'm
tell
going to
you what I
help you.
pictured too. Oof.
I can't. I don't even want
Quick.
to picture what I
I'll just
picture
put
in
it
my
that
own
way.
head.
Quick, and there's a reason why there's drops coming out of the fucking outside.
Yeah, I just think that she's
That was
injured. He says, yeah, and he does that, and then there's the thump, and then there's the dog that's barking. Because remember, a long time ago, it's like, oh, nobody heard a dog bark. There wasn't a dog barking, and the dog didn't do anything. Whatever, And then you hear that piece, and then she sees him and goes and locks in her room. So for a long time, everybody's like, oh my God, that was like at what, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. He's walking out the door. She locks the door. She goes inside. And then, of course, I'm the same way. Like, man, why are we, what's wrong? Why are we waiting till 11 o'clock? But then it also makes a little more sense when you hear about the very beginning. We heard very mixed messages about somebody passed out, right? Somebody passed.
Uh-oh. Hello?
Passed out, and nobody knew what the heck that passed out, right? She could be passed out. She could be in shock of everything that was going on and who she saw.
I think it's from the
Yeah.
smell. Yeah.
I just think it's. I mean, this is.
I think it was the smell.
This is going to be beyond details that people are used to hearing, because it's just beyond a scary movie.
Yeah, and and when it comes to the PCA and going into what DM was stating, when she the first time she thought something was odd was when she thought she heard Kaylee playing with the dog.
Yeah.
And then saying somebody was there. I'm thinking, this is what I think. What I think took place is dude went upstairs, just went to that door first and ended up finding the dog and was playing with the dog so it wasn't startling it. And then that's when Kaylee said, I think somebody's here. I don't think Kaylee was playing with the dog. I think dude was playing with the dog. This whole time I always thought second floor was first. But when the sheath started, when it came out that the sheath was left on the bed next to Maddie, that tells me third floor was first. If
Right.
it wasn't intentionally placed. I don't think it was intentionally placed. I think it came off after he took the knife out and went to do what he went there to do, and that's when it was lost, when he actually opened it up to commit the crime. And then it just was lost from there, and he didn't know what the hell. Yeah. It's going to be crazy.
Well, and what a creepy statement, right? I mean, think about that. Just that statement alone is so scary. I think somebody's here. I mean, just to all these phrases and everything that's happening from that. And when you have somebody who has been studying criminals and criminal behavior, right, and all of this type of stuff, this person wanted it to be that horrific, right? This is what this person was trying to plan and have happen. I mean, it makes you wonder, was he a person that sat here and, took videos, took images, took anything? Because he's been planning this for months. To hear how long he'd been basically nearby from their pings that they found of him, that he had been close and nearby their place so many times, before the murder happened, it's just so creepy.
I think some of it was unexpected. That's why it was as messy as what it was. I think. I don't think he thought Ethan was going to be there. I really don't. I think Zaina and Maddie were the main two.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he knew Ethan was going to be there based off of the injuries, because I feel if he knew Ethan was going to be there, then he would have went to the second floor first, which is why I always thought it was the second floor. But when it comes to how I think it went down now, I don't think he thought, I'm going to go up to the upstairs 2 rooms first, and I think he just, he probably lightly checked the handles too. That's why when he went to the other bedroom door, DM's, it was locked because I believe it stated that she had locked the door when she went to bed. And so dude probably walked by and probably thought that person wasn't home. And maybe that's why. And then by the time that she saw him through the crack of the door, when he was exiting through the sliding glass door in the PCA, that dude probably had so much sweat and blood on his face. It was probably just blurry vision. Couldn't notice a cracked door open at night. And at that point, it's tunnel vision. I'm just trying to get the fuck out because I just committed 4 murders. It'll be interesting to find out what took place, from that point on, and why. Because this mom said that her daughter knew at 10 a.m. So how in the hell did her daughter know at 10 a.m. if the roommates weren't calling until 11:58? That's what I don't understand. That's what's going to be interesting.
Yeah. And I think one of the other disturbing things is a lot of people at the beginning thought, well, maybe, this happened in their sleep, right? At first, maybe just everybody was in bed and everybody was asleep and stuff from that. And definitely by what they're talking about in placement of where the bodies and stuff were, they weren't. They were awake for it. It wasn't anything quick. That's what's sad. It's not anything quick.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just creepy. It's just beyond creepy.
To get away with that many too, that I think this dude, I don't know if he may have done studies and stuff, but the more that I look over a lot of this shit, it seems to me like it's more of an inflated ego of self-worth than it is of knowledge. I think the dude thought that he fucking knew everything from all of these studies and taking all of these courses in school. But when it came down to it, you can't buy common sense at the fucking grocery store. You either have it or you don't. And some people just don't, no matter what you study. And some of the shit that took place, if dude really, because everybody's innocent until proven guilty, if this dude really did commit these crimes and this is the kind of shit that he did while before, after, during, then your common sense is out the fucking window. Right off the bat when you take off to commit the crime and you have your phone with you.
But I think he wanted to get caught.
Why?
I don't think.
Why would he
I don't think that
caught?
was. I don't think that was. I don't believe that his end game was to honestly sit here and do something, because there's no signs he was trying to hide anything. There's no signs that he was really that he was trying to hide any evidence whatsoever.
Why do you think he wanted to get caught?
I think that he just studied because I think his fascination is beyond the normal person's fascination of committing the crime, of actually being able to commit the murder, figure out who you wanted to kill, and to go after them and to do it. I mean, and then he spent this time, stalking and communicating and all of this kind of stuff, and there's just something just not right. But he
Well,
wanted to go and
why wouldn't he say, "Hey, you got me," when he got arrested in PA, instead of saying, "I can't wait to get back there as soon as possible to be exonerated"?
I think there's something else in his end game. I think there's
Because I
just
have
something
heard,
there.
this is what I heard floating around on the fucking, I think it was an article we read a couple nights ago, that he's not, all right. It's one thing to commit the crime and get away with it, right? It's another thing to commit the crime, use the justice system against itself, and not be able to be convicted for the same crime in the future. Now, if dude is really that fucking smart, like fucking smart as shit, did want to get caught so he could use the justice system against itself to not only get away with the crime, but then not have double jeopardy, then I can see why he'd want to get caught. I can see that being possible.
Well, I mean, we don't know until we go to
But
go to
that's
court
tough.
if he's
That's
going to
tough.
sit here and play games with the if he's trying to legally play games with stuff and say, guess what, you can't really pin me here, you can't pin me there, you can't whatever. But none of that makes sense. If he's trying to cover up, why is he letting his car get on video where his car and stuff is, his communications with her and following her and communicating with her through social media?
Why is he putting his garbage, thinking that nobody's watching him? Why is he carrying his garbage with rubber gloves to the neighbors, which is like a mile away from their house, taking garbage from when he cleaned out his car to the neighbor's garbage a mile
Because
away?
he's crazy.
But I mean, if he wanted to get caught, why wouldn't he just be chilling with dad on the couch watching sports instead of cleaning cars? And
I don't think he thought they were gonna get to him that quickly, right? Because a lot of the cases we see, they don't use the genealogy check of forensics that quickly, right? They made
it's
a
pretty
dummy
new.
account, they clicked, they put it in there, and they let that find that. And they found it way quicker than it normally would have been. So I think he thought it was gonna be a while. 7 weeks, everybody thought that was long, which it is if you're living in that town and scared of who's going to possibly come and get you. But for 7 weeks, for them to figure out who to commit this murder, he made it pretty damn easy for them. They found the car, they have the knife, they've got, they talked about, the thumbprint here, which I know what your thought is on the button and the thumbprint and all that stuff. And I see where the arguments can all come in. But he left a lot of stuff for them to argue, right?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
that beyond
Oh,
a
yeah.
reasonable doubt stuff. But he's got too many coincidences against
yeah.
him to say,
I
well,
feel he
but
did
you
it.
saw your car. You know what I mean? You saw your car. Is he going to pretend even smarter, like like other serial killers, and pretend that he's going to serve as his own lead counsel, right? He'll have other counsel that he's going to argue whatever he thinks is the flaws in the laws and whatever he can get done or whatever. Or maybe the other people that he talked to about committing crimes, he was in discussions with them. Who knows? Maybe he was helping other people plan crimes. Maybe he's aware of other crimes that are going to be committed because he had people talking to him about stuff they weren't busted for yet, right? If you're not arrested yet, it's okay. You can tell me. I'm not going to tell anybody. So, I mean,
I don't know. I feel he was probably pretty recluse.
Oh, he
One of those
definitely.
individuals that wasn't really out there like that. And I don't
I
like.
mean,
There's been some people that think he had help. I don't think he had help. I don't think anybody else knew about it. I just don't see him telling other people.
No.
I feel like this was something on his own. So nobody knew about it.
Yeah,
They knew he was a weird guy, but
right. I mean, we could play. I swear I'm going to make this game, and it's going to be called True Crime Bingo. We're going to make bingo cards, and we're going to start with some of the answers are going to be the themes that you hear in common that are talked about for people who commit these type of crimes. And I bet you the audience alone could fill in all 9 boxes at least with the same things that we hear, right? He's a loner.
yeah,
He didn't have very many friends. He was very quiet to
it's
himself.
a profile. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
profile. It's
and all the same common crap, that we hear from this guy, and then we're going to hear the normal stuff of during his childhood, what he grew up with, and what started happening as a young kid.
I mean, I'm just going off of what his friends were saying, really. With the double, I was going off of an article. It was something that we watched a couple nights ago. You might not have been in the show. I can't remember.
Sorry,
what
I can't keep up with you.
news
You're
article.
just, man, what it's like 8 nights a week or something crazy you do, and
I'll be coming up with a different
like
schedule. I'll be
50
coming up
hours
with
a week. I don't know what, I can't keep those kind of hours.
Probably. Well, I mean, it's been every night at 7 for 2.5 months now. Well, a little
Yeah.
over 2 actually. But this weekend I'm gonna be finalizing the schedule starting Monday. So I'm still kind of like working it out in my head because once I set it, it's gonna be set. But yeah, it'll be 2 shows on Sunday for sure. And then I'm thinking Mondays and Saturdays I'm not gonna have shows. And then Saturdays that'll allow me to do a lot of editing, short videos, things like that, updates for the channel, stuff like that. And then Monday's just one of those damn days where it's just like, oh, all right, it's the beginning of the damn week. And but then I'm going to be mixing in sports and true crime here and there, so it's not totally focused on these crazy cases every single night. I want to mix it up a little bit, do some sports too, so it's going to be a little interchange kind of thing. I don't know, I'm still going through it in my head, but I'm pretty close to having a final schedule to come out with this weekend, so it'll be but yeah, no, we were going off an article I can't remember who sent it to me. It was something about Koberger using the justice system against itself. I'd have to go through the show to see what the article is.
I think I caught a
I'm
little
useless
bit of
when
that.
it
I think I
comes
caught
to
an end of
court
it.
stuff myself. It would have been nice to go to law school, huh?
I said I think I caught a little bit of that. Which, by the way, I did shout out the creds the other day when I did that little piece of the update for the Yellow app and talked about how I was over here. I said I was
I
over
didn't get
here
a
with
notification.
EvilleCJ show when we looked at that website and gave everybody an update and stuff. So I told them I was over here with you when we found that.
Oh.
So yeah, I don't know what happened with that. I heard
I didn't
that from
get a notification.
everybody.
Yeah.
I don't know what is going on. I don't know if it's a YouTube problem or a streamer
I heard it
problem
from my channel
or
too.
whatever.
Yeah, I hear it on my channel too, like notification or unsubs and shit for no reason. I don't know. But yeah, I got home and I went to start doing my prep, and all of a sudden I seen that you were live, and I'm like, son of a bitch, I gotta do my fucking prep real quick. Yeah, because like with this overtime now, I have like 10 minutes to myself between work and the fucking show. So like fucking literally, like I have to do the prep. I didn't have a choice. I had to do it. I'm like, son of a bitch, like I missed it. I was disappointed. I didn't get a notification.
Yeah, it wasn't.
How long was it?
Maybe like 40 minutes,
45?
45 minutes. Yeah, it wasn't that bad. I just went through that to talk about that update, and at the ending, I mentioned about the other show that I'm working on with the missing newspaper boy from Indiana back in '74, and they actually looked into 2 serial killers that were near him. One obviously being in Illinois, and then the other serial killer was here in Indiana, which is not a very well-known person. So working and stuff on that right now. And and then I know what else I brought up about the incognito work I was doing on the side for the Delphi case. I went and had used a request for public records about Keegan Kline and his visitation log. So I gave
What happened?
well, I sent that request, and that is public information. And
That was a
just
while
like,
ago.
well, they did one like Anya and Kevin from the Murder Sheet. They had done one that was earlier in the year that they had received. And so I went and requested one to get one basically from May 1st of 2022. I keep thinking it's 2022 still, but anyway, May 1st of 2022 through December 11th of 2022. And so I sent the letter of requests, and I was getting response and stuff for them to look into that and information. And what they normally do is information that's in there, they just like they did with the previous ones, they may cross out a few things maybe that they don't want seen, but anything that is non-exempt, then they will provide back to you, and you would get that information. And so I received a letter back, and the letter back then told me that they were considering all the information of Keegan Kline exempt. And at the time of the exemption is due to the reason of basically, and I'd have to read the law that they stated 2 reasons why they would make it exempt. But basically that because it can be used in a possible criminal case. I'll put it that way, right? So what does not saying anything mean? Well, not saying anything is because why was this interesting for me to try to get? The reason I was trying to get it is because this visitation log would be while Keegan was pulled out of jail and taken to go search the Wabash River. This would have been who is going to see him before that happened and who was going to see him after that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And so, in my opinion, I'm not a legal person or anything, but if this information, I don't believe, would be about CSAM, because they're already have been sitting here and negotiating with him, right? And bringing those charges down and, looking for that case to move forward and basically preparing like a plea deal, right? Because that's what they're doing. So before they released that information to the murder sheet, and he did not have any negotiations yet done for CSAM. So why would that information be closed? Well, we don't have a gag order on Keegan Kline. We do have a gag order on Richard Allen, and we do have a gag order on the Delphi case. So if they're in discussions or maybe information was being shared with Keegan Kline or any cooperation was happening, they're not going to let that get out right now because this can be talking about a different legal case that is not out there. So in my very humble opinion, I feel like the lack of providing any information and saying that all those public records are exempt at this time is due to there has been things that's going on that honestly we've already suspected that because of the Wabash River search, the moving out of the courtroom, right? The did it happen
All right.
because Richard Allen being out, right? You know what I mean? And like all of that. So, so I've got that letter, and I just briefly touched on it at the end of the video and stuff too. I thought about doing a short and maybe actually just showing the letter itself.
That'd be
You know,
cool.
to people as well, just
Yeah.
to see the response back, because I think the lack of giving any information is pretty interesting myself.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you hear the cellmate or supposed cellmate of KK?
Yes.
Did you hear that video that we played? What'd you think of that guy? Kelt was watching it, and Kelt seemed to know who this guy was talking about and all this stuff.
I'm familiar with all of the YouTubers he mentioned, all of the people he was talking about, and all the shows and stuff with it.
Well, he was saying KK's girlfriend and stuff.
Right.
He was like, "Oh, that's KK's girlfriend or supposed
Right.
girlfriend." Or
Right. And then he talked about, you know, he was
was naming a
communicating
lot
with
of names.
her. He was trying to get her to help facilitate him going in for a visit, you know,
Yeah.
and that
Yeah.
supposedly Keegan Kline was like, "Why are you talking to her? I'm not
Yeah.
going to visit with you." And then he talked about like maybe he had an 8-minute visit. You know, then he talked about creating cornhole, which has existed in Indiana forever.
Right.
So
Right.
it's
And
like,
then the guy's saying, "You can't do that." He's like, "Okay."
you know,
and then they go to
you
go-
did,
You didn't
yeah,
think
he waited till
you
they
didn't think it
leave.
was.
First
You
of
didn't
all, I
think
mean,
it was.
I'm not originally from Indiana at all, but come on, cornhole has been here since whenever. This is like the state's
It's in a whole bunch of
game,
states.
right?
It's in a
I
whole
know,
bunch
but
of states.
they love it. It's loved here. I mean,
I don't
amateur
know.
sports and cornhole. That is what Indiana is all about. Okay, so him. I mean, the only thing he created is putting a stupid blow up thing inside something and making a bag. And so he created corn table or whatever.
Right.
the hell
Yeah.
he called
Corn.
it.
Yeah.
It's
Corn
like,
table.
Jesus.
So what'd you think of? What'd you think of?
Be cautious
him?
when somebody goes, "I want to tell you about a game we played in prison
Right.
called cornhole."
Yeah. Right. Oh my God. Parental advisory right up above us. All right.
Exactly.
Right there. And right there. Two of them.
Oh my God.
What'd you think of him though?
But
Did you
yeah,
think
I don't.
he was credible, or did you think his
I
shit
don't
was
know what
bullshit?
it. I mean,
What's
here's
that?
the thing. What is he bringing? What was he bringing that was unique? What was he bringing? I mean,
He
I
was
saw his artwork. I mean, what was
he
it that he
was
was supposed to be
talking.
bringing?
No, it was just, I don't know. There might be more videos on that channel. They had obviously talked before, because I remember in that video we watched last night, he had mentioned talking to this dude before. I never went to see if there was more videos or not. There
Yeah.
could be. But he was obviously friends with KK while he was there, because they were partners for this corn table game. So I'm sure they did a lot of, you know, he knew this. Was there Holly? Is that the lady's name? Holly something?
Yeah.
Holly?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So that he was obviously connected somehow, and so maybe there might be some other videos. I just never checked to see if there was, or even looked up who this guy was, or if there's, because he did mention he was on another YouTuber's show or something, and that's when the Holly lady got upset with him because he said something he wasn't supposed to, or
Right. He was
something.
with he was
So
with Sunny
he might have
Justice,
some interesting
her show that
information.
she does. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, there's so much that, you know, you got to think about, that all these people who try to connect with Keegan Kline, you know, especially the ones that are connected after the fact, you know, and he was, you know,
Yeah.
he was talking about, he was trying to do, he was played music and wanted to perform in Holly's Fort Wayne restaurant, and then, but really Holly doesn't have a Fort Wayne restaurant, right? And
Oh, he was a
so, but
teacher. He was all sorts of shit.
he had been a teacher, right?
A soccer
He said he
coach.
would be yes, that's how he knew to
Some kind of
juggle.
coach.
That's how he knew to juggle the
The
cornhole
dude had a book.
bag, it back and
The
forth
dude
in his
had a
hand.
book.
Yes. And he did a lot of stuff, that he named as he's always been employed. He emphasized that he's always been employed, and that those drawings were not for sale. They were not for sale.
No. Personal.
So that was not going to be it. So I don't know. I mean, I maybe I missed something from it. I did watch, in the video and what he was saying, and he was talking about other shows saying stuff about him, as far as with the other YouTubers and things like that. I don't get into speaking on anybody, poorly or anything whatsoever. And I don't know the details and stuff of any of that, but I don't, I'm not quite sure what he's bringing that we need, or that's helping the case, or, whatever from that perspective. But, I'm not sure.
Cherry, we're talking about, or I'm talking about a video. Well, I guess we are. We're talking about a video. I think we watched it last night, and it was about a former cellmate of KK that was a partner in these games that they played in the common area for that part of the prison or whatever.
Corn table.
Yeah, corn table.
Cherry is called corn table.
Yeah. The Chronicles of Olivia, we're going to check that one out next and see what's on that phone call. She's the one that said her daughter knew at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
And so that'll be interesting to see if she goes
I know that
into
is
that.
that timeline right there is, we jump around, don't we? That timeline right there is, we jump back and forth in true crime like my mind does. I just want to point that out to everybody too. That timeline gap. Sports shows, all I can contribute to is swearing, right?
Oh, it
because
don't matter. Swearing there like you're.
Oh, it's horrible.
Swearing there like you're drunk as shit. I don't give a.
It's just bad. I mean, I see something and see the calls, and oh my Lord. But anyway,
I'm excited.
Yeah, that timeline gap.
Come in there and swear. I don't give a shit.
I know you don't. I heard you on the show.
Hop up on panel. You can talk out of your ass like you know shit. You're like them fucking Colts. Son of a bitch.
Oh, I say that no matter what.
They need a new quarterback. They need the whole fucking offensive line gone.
Yeah, poor Jeff Saturday. I really liked him, but not as a coach. Yeah, but yeah, I think the timeline gap is going to be huge when we find out what happened between 3 and who knows, 10, 11. I don't know, whatever was going on at the time. But
yeah, and I'm just wondering, the 8 hours or whatever it had. I'm just saying, later on the smell, I'm sure, but earlier before that, maybe you just didn't know if the dude left. Yeah, you said he walked towards, I think the PCA said towards the sliding glass door,
right,
as he walked by her. So maybe she didn't know if he left or not, because he opened it quietly and left quietly, and she just didn't know, and she was afraid. Because if you look at the 360 orbit that we did and how the door would be if it was cracked, in order to look outside of that room, because if it's cracked, you're only looking through the doorway to the other bedroom, that common room there to that, and then goes to the bed. You can't see any other part of the property on the second floor, the kitchen or anything, unless you literally open the fucking door all the way. So
I think at least in my mind, after re-listening to that info kind of slowly and taking a bit at a time, just a piece at a time, and as a young girl like that it can't be that you just think she was scared, she locked herself in the room And then she sat there and just waited. On a normal level, you would sit there and wait anyway, because, I mean, again, think of a scary movie. You think everything's okay and the person's gone, and then you go open the door and they're there, right?
Right.
Well,
They're right behind you.
right. And so let's think beyond. I think we have to
With
think
a knife,
beyond
like-
that. I think we have to think beyond that, because what if she medically and physically went into shock because she sees this
Yeah.
person, and even though he has a mask on, he's gonna be covered in blood.
And she knew
He's
what
gonna have
happened.
blood all over him. You just heard a
She
friend
knew.
make a sound, heard the dog bark. You
Yeah.
sit here and go look, and all of a sudden you see this huge man with a mask on going out the door. And I think not only are you going to be scared or whatever, I think you medically could go into shock.
Hell, her
You know?
bedroom was right under where the girls upstairs were unalived. She was right underneath it. Like
Yeah.
her room, like she had, if what they say, the previous roommates, if what they say is true about how you could hear fucking shit easy as hell through each room, can you imagine what she fucking heard up there above her taking place? And then to know that the dude walked down, you could obviously hear shit going on in the other fucking room. And then the dude walks by you. Yeah, I could see how you're froze.
Yeah, especially
I get it.
especially a young girl like that.
I just want to know what happened. You know, I'm just ready for this trial. It sucks. It's June 26th is the next court date. And now there's even a more stricter gag that they came out with yesterday.
Yeah.
Something to do it because something about Mad Greek or something. I don't know. I haven't really checked
Okay,
it out.
Chronicles
but-
of Olivia, Kib Kitty one.
Yeah.
Let's see. The one SRB said she saw. I'll come on game day just to hear you, JSD. You know, SRB,
Yeah.
I just came on to hear what his game day would be, because I didn't know if I would participate or even respond. Because I thought,
Well, the
let me go
Cowboys
over there and see
game-
what they were doing. And
the Cowboys
you know,
game isn't really the sports show I'm going to be doing. That was just something special. The sports show is like a whole mixture of everything.
I mean, the thing with the whole show though was still unbelievable, because we're whole like, holy shit, they just kept doing it.
I was
and then
tired.
Is
was
it just me? Okay, I'm gonna talk. This is probably gonna make me a very bad person, but okay. So they're really winning, and so he doesn't have. There's no score on the other team, right? There's 0. They're like really kicking their butt, and then they let them score. It was like pity score. And here's my thing, and maybe it's because I'm competitive. Why? Don't let them score at all. I mean, if you
No,
can
with
really
Tom
kick their
Brady,
butt
he
and
couldn't go
blow
out-
it out,
He couldn't
blow
go
it
out shut out.
out. It just
He couldn't go
just-
out shut out. What are you
I mean,
talking
I'm just
about? They
saying.
played a phenomenal game.
They
played a
did, but at the
phenomenal
ending,
game.
they just let him. They let
Oh,
them
my
set
Lord.
it up. Come on, they
Oh
let
my
him
Lord.
set it up.
And this is what's even crazier. I'm gonna tell you something right now. This is why I'm saying the Dallas Cowboys are going to the Super Bowl this year. And this is my reason why. I never say this shit. I never say it. Never. But if you look back at history, I'm gonna tell you right now, this is why this game was way more phenomenal than anybody's thinking, because they handled their shit right. Now, any other Cowboys season, any other game that meant something in the last 30 fucking years for a Cowboys fan, shit like what happened Monday night, where the kicker not only missed 1 field goal, 2 extra points, 3 extra points, 4 extra points in a row, right there, the last 30 years, that means Cowboys lose, end of fucking season. That's how it's always gone. This year, the curse was fucking broken. They missed 4 extra points and they still came out banging on them motherfuckers and took the win. I'm telling you right now.
I didn't hear. Did that kicker get fired when he got back home? Because I
They're
think
going.
he should.
Oh,
He
they
just
signed
needs to
another
go.
kicker to their practice squad the next fucking day. They're not getting rid of him. They're not going to get rid of him because he's also their place kicker. He does the kickoffs. He does all that shit, right? And he's got a great leg, and he's hit some
Right, he's
50
got a
and
great leg
60.
with a crooked foot. It's going
But you know
right,
what?
man. It's
But you
going
know what?
right.
I'll let the dude off the practice squad kick those little 2-yard fucking
Oh
extra
man,
points. That shit
he
was
just
crazy.
sucked. I mean, you don't. That is the time he could sit there and not make every kick, every single game. But when you get down to the playoffs, right?
I don't get it.
When you you make those. You don't not make
When has
those.
it ever happened? Seriously, when has it ever happened?
It didn't.
In a
I told you it was a
game
record.
or
I
a
told you it was a
playoffs? It
record.
never happened. And that right there, in the last 30 years, that is something that would have just totally the Cowboys would have lost. That's just how it goes. The last 30 years, that's just how it went. This year, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. They just kept. A lot of people are thinking the 49ers are going to tear them up. I don't think so. I think this is.
Well, and they weren't supposed to
destiny.
beat their overly
This is
wonderful
destiny.
qualified quarterback over there.
This is destiny. The Cowboys are winning the Super Bowl this year. I never say it, never do, because it's jinx. It's bad. Last 30 years, it'd be a jinx saying they're going. I'm saying right now they're going. I can't wait. Another game this weekend. I don't know if I'm going to be doing a show while the game's on, though. That was a long. It was hard just to kind of dedicate it to one team or two teams or the actual game itself. There's so many other things I like to talk about when it comes to sports. So it's not going to be that kind of show. You know, if you were in there for the Monday Night Football game, it's not going to be that kind of sports show. It's
See,
going to
you know
be
what
a
would make
mixture
it
of everything.
what would make it interesting is you need to find another YouTuber who's for the other team, and then you guys be on together, and you talk and you just talk shit back and forth while the game is on. Right? You find somebody who is for the other team, like let's playing, and then it goes back and forth. Now
But then I
that would be
don't.
interesting.
But then I don't get to talk about all of the other stuff that is sports: soccer, golf, NASCAR, baseball, hockey. You know, all of the topics. That's what I'm saying. Monday night, I couldn't do that. I had to focus on two teams or trying to keep the topic to those two specific teams. And when you get copyrighted like you do on YouTube I had to find ways around it, seriously. And it was hard enough trying to have content of the game that I was watching. It was hard to try and have content where I wasn't going to get my stream shut down. And then at the same time, the next day I went to work and I'm like, man, there's so many other things that I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. I wanted to talk about John Daly. I wanted to talk about, Lamar Jackson.
Scottie
I wanted to
Pippen.
talk about Sean Payton. Like, there's so many. So if I have a show where
Sorry,
we're talking
I was
about two
in the
teams,
group of watching all the time and went to games all the time when Reggie Miller was playing, and that, my friend, was a good player, and they had a great team when Reggie Miller was here. Absolutely great team.
well, you know what? I'll look up. There's a certain channel that I started using as I was testing out my new strategy when it came to a sports show, because I wasn't going to try and do one if I was going to keep getting shut down all the time. So I tried to think of a different strategy to where I could have information but not be shut down. So I did come across a channel that I use, and everything is all good and cool. And I know they have some really good Reggie Miller 15-minute little mini documentaries on different things. So you let me know when you can hang out on a sports show, and we'll do some stuff on Reggie Miller when you hop in there.
He doesn't even need 15 minutes. Have you seen the man win a game like in
No, it's
30,
just about
45
different
seconds by
different
hitting
things.
a three, and another three,
like
and
when
then
he
it's
did
over,
this.
and he beat him, because that's how it
Yeah.
was.
No, we
That's
could
how it was.
take the show back to what you're talking about. You know, when he was choking out Spike Lee and, different things like that. We could take them back there to that moment in time with video and narration.
Oh, I have those kind of things framed on my wall. Reggie Miller making a shot, and then he puts the hand around his neck like it's choking,
Yeah.
looking at him. Ah, I got
Right.
that clipping
That's
on
a
it.
scary
I do.
look, wasn't it? That was a
He
scary
was
look.
awesome. He was
Yes.
awesome.
And he had
He
that
was
serious
awesome.
look too. He's just like mouth open. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep,
Yep.
mouth open. He was like, "Yeah, motherfucker, shut up, sit down." Spike Lee was a little runt back then, though. When it came
Oh
to
my
NBA games,
God.
always standing on the sideline, taunting
Right.
and
Get in the
waving his
middle of the
towel.
floor. Crap. It's like, get
Yeah.
over. Man.
That's good stuff. All right, let's check out this Chronicles of
Oh, wait. There's
Olivia.
an audience and there's a thing here. What was that clip?
We'll get back to sports on the sports show.
Right. This is not a sports
Right.
show.
But
This
anybody,
is
hey,
not a sports
come
show.
come hang out on the sports show, and you'll see what I'm talking about. And it's going to be all sorts of different. I even have some stuff on when Orlando Magic beat the Chicago Bulls to go to the finals. A little mini story on that too. But all that stuff is cool. All right, here we go. We're going to listen to this WSU mom drops bombshell info. This is Chronicles of Olivia, so I'll put the link to her channel in the chat. And yeah, if you guys have any topics of like sports memories or something that I can find little mini documentaries and such on there. The couple great channels. And they have some really cool stuff. So if there's anything that you'd like, nostalgic, or you'd like to go back in time of, when certain, just let me know who the people are and what the topic is or whatever, and I'll look up to see what I can find, and I'll definitely play some of those too. I love sports. It's going to be fun.
Wait a minute. Didn't you say that like when you like dealt with cars or whatever stuff like that, you like did stuff for like some maybe famous players or something?
What happened in the morning?
Yeah, well, more than that.
So like, why
but-
can't you?
yeah.
Why can't you make some calls and interview some of those people?
It's not that kind of relationship. It was all business.
This is business.
So, yeah.
But I
no.
have a very convincing
a-
voice. Just give me their phone numbers. I'll make a couple calls.
Yeah.
Say I'm calling on behalf
It's-
of EvilleCJ. We'd like you to do a sports show. And boom.
No, when you let me see. There's a certain level of how do you say it?
Oh,
like
I'm waiting to hear this.
it's probably been 5 or 6 years since. Wait, let me think. 2016 was the last I was doing that. So
This is how you start the call. This is how you start
6
it. Ready?
years. 6
Here it goes.
years.
Here it goes. Hey,
No,
this is
it's-
CJ. I don't know if you
No.
remember me or not, but I was the one who got all the stripper glitter on the back of your car and didn't have to tell your wife while that was going on. So I'd like you to come on my
Hey,
show.
no.
You mentioned
Listen,
glitter.
there-
You did say glitter.
Yeah, but no, don't, no. I am not one to repeat anything that was shown or talked about. Okay.
Now it's really
I
getting more
can't-
interesting. Okay.
there-
Not shown. Not like you hear that. Shown.
Yeah.
So you saw it. So you're saying you saw things?
Oh yeah, I would. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Okay. Listen. It's not.
I don't know what that was.
It was somebody holding their phone, like standing next to me, showing me something. Okay, I'm like, hey, right? Okay.
I just heard you go. I know what
Yeah,
that
no.
was supposed to be.
It's not that. No, it's not that kind of. No, it was a business relationship. It was
Yeah,
a business
right.
relationship.
Yeah,
So
there was a
there was no.
transaction.
Yeah, there was none. No,
Oh shit!
no,
Oh my god!
no. Yes, glitter
Wait,
is
this is
just
not-
as. The two things that I hated getting out of vehicles was glitter and blood. Those were the two toughest fucking things to get out of vehicles.
Right. And
Out of
basketball
it,
players
out
don't
of
wear glitter.
interiors was glitter.
So, ladies, where'd the glitter
and
come
fucking
from,
blood.
ladies? We know where
Yeah.
the glitter came from. You remember
Yeah.
back in the day when all that like glitter lotion was popular?
Oh
Everybody
shit!
put
The
that on.
background.
You look all shiny. You know,
The
we
background
all
is
remember.
actually one of the fucking vehicles I used to work on. That's what the background is. It's a Escalade.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's an Escalade. Long ass
Interesting.
motherfucker too. Mhm.
And just
It's one of
remind you, this is not a sports show.
That's why I was like, man, I miss that. All right, let's get to this phone call. Chronicles of Olivia. Damn, 2,000 likes already, and it's only been 3 hours. All right, so
This show is not a sports show tonight.
We'll get to sports in the future. I might do one tomorrow, though. We'll see. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and mute this music while we start this phone call as well. I'm interested to hear, and I'll put the link to the video in the chat too.
Of November 13th still remains a mystery. In this video, I interview a mother who tells shocking info about that morning. Her daughter says by 10 a.m., she already knew the details of the incident on 1122 King Road.
She knew. She'd known since like 10. Dylan and Bethany were in the downstairs room. Dylan saw them out the window. They're lying.
According to Kim's daughter, multiple people from Pi Beta Phi were called. These phone calls were made 2 to 3 hours before the first 911 call, and news spread like wildfire.
A whole bunch of kids were given a narrative by the kids that were there.
Locals are coming out claiming their kids or friends were at the home between 8 to 10 a.m. This user says that her nephew said a lot of people were at the home by 11. This is still 1 hour before the first 911 call. I even spoke with a student at U of I who also knew people got called. But when it comes to speaking with anyone who received a phone call or immediate friends of those who did, it's kind of hard to get people to talk. Why? Kim originally called into the Drunk Turkey show, and they did a good job of vetting her.
There was certain validation that needed to be done. Now, the person that called us in stated that she had a daughter and a son that attended WSU, and they had friends and a roommate that were close to the situation.
I called the FBI on the 13th, actually, because I knew my daughter received the text. That is all true. She had received the text by 10 a.m.
Kim mentioned to me that she talks very fast, so let's be nice in the comment section. You can slow down the speed of this video if you would like. Also, for privacy reasons, I bleeped out certain names we talked about.
And one of the girls who sent it to her, her boyfriend plays football for UI, and supposedly he had spent the night at my daughter's house, but again, we were in a hotel in Pullman. I never saw him. I never saw. So, but then when I called at 5 o'clock, when we got the alert on the way home, she knew everything that had happened. Down to like the injuries and where the kids were, and that Dylan and Bethany were in the downstairs room. They knew the guys who were there. It wasn't just one. They knew who they were. There was a lot of loud noise, and
there wasn't just one.
They locked themselves in their rooms and went to sleep.
I bleeped out certain names we talked about.
And one of the girls who sent it to her, her boyfriend plays football for UI, and supposedly he had spent the night at my daughter's house, but again, we were
I think she said there was
in a
more
hotel
than one
in Pullman
that committed it.
I never saw him. I never
It's
saw.
coming up.
So, but then when I called at 5 o'clock, when we got the alert on the way home, she knew everything that had happened. Down to like the injuries and where the kids were, and that Dylan and Bethany were in the downstairs room. They knew the guys who were there. It wasn't just one. They knew who they were.
They knew
there
the
was
guys
a lot
were
of loud
there. It
noise.
wasn't just one.
And
Whoa.
they locked themselves in their rooms and went to sleep. I said,
whoa.
Or we're hiding, whatever. But I said, why didn't they call the police? She goes, I don't know. And like, I just really still can't get my head around that. And I know you're frightened, but they were not terrified. Like, what the police report said at the probable cause warnings is not what these kids were all told.
Yeah.
It's not. And one of the girls, even on 2020, said, I think it was a girl, I'm not sure, in the black sweater, blue sweater, said, I texted Donna in the morning and I didn't hear back.
Xana, not
Police
Donna.
weren't called till noon.
Wow.
They were there, and they were there early on. And what I've been told by the FBI is that they're aggressively investigating everything I've told them. So I do think they do know. I do think they're going to make more arrests. But I do think that Kaylee's, at least her father, should know. Give him answers. He needs them. I know the condition of Kaylee's body and Maddie's. Crushes my soul for him, and I just can't even take away that pain. Like, who does that?
Yeah.
Who does that?
That all happened and the roommates were just asleep.
They weren't asleep. They were awake. They heard it all. They knew who it was. And I don't know in the translation if there saw 3 people inside and 1 outside watching, or 2 people inside and 1 outside watching. So from what I've been able to boil down and get pieces together from what I know, and I think Wazoo's involved too. Don't get me wrong here. I'm not just saying U of I. I mean, both schools are involved. And not just because he was the teacher there. How did he get vetted? Who is vetting him to be a teacher in classroom 12 and my kids in 13? Who's doing that? And I stand behind everything I say, and I've said everything to the FBI immediately. When I discovered a lie, I called the FBI and I told them the lie. I have called the schools. I'm working right now on having grade girls suspended. My kid loves grade girl. She loves it. But it is so out of control. Well, 10 kids have died since last, February?
10?
That I know of.
At which university?
At U of I. After San Martinez died, they made sure the kids were very, very aware of the Good Samaritan rule, which means we don't care what state you're in of inebriation or whatever you're doing. You're calling in on somebody who's in real peril. We're not even going to look at you. We're going to say thank you and not even take your name. Right? That's what the Good Sam was. I thought Moscow had it too, but I don't know about that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know why the kids aren't. I mean, no, I feel like they were just trying to exercise their power in the beginning of the school year. And you're right. Likely, they put a block. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That could have been. I want to believe that Dylan did and Bethany did everything they possibly could. None of these kids did anything wrong.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know that I believe that, but
it's just so weird that was it 8 a.m. that the first phone call was made to sorority sisters at Pi Beta?
Oh wow!
Phi? Was it
8 a.m?
So from 8 o'clock till 11:58, that's literally 4 hours of time that goes by.
Right. And if she was awake, like she says, that was 8 hours, and she heard all of that.
So with the do you know for sure that is what the phone calls were about when the roommates called at 8 a.m. and
I think what I heard, and I'm not sure which of the girls said it, was they were getting rid of everything in the house. They were cleaning the house, which would explain the van shoe print. Because I'm almost 100% sure that TA guy doesn't wear Vans. college kids, frat kids wear Vans. Like, come on, right? And then to say that Murphy was found in the bedroom with Kaylee but didn't have a speck of blood on him. Are you kidding me? The smell would have just bowled you over.
Right.
Another thing is, I mean, to get rid of, you know, it's like it doesn't take 4 hours. So
yeah,
it's like,
so I don't know. I think they were coming up with the narrative, because the narrative that was sent to my daughter at around 10 in the morning, it was that 4 students were killed. They were Pi Phis. And I think they had grouped Kaylee into that Pi Phi group. They didn't, because she's an AFI. Because I remember the girls saying, that's weird that an AFI and a Pi Phi is living together. And I said, well, schools are different. I don't know. Maybe one of them dropped or something. I don't know. And I don't know Greek. I went to Central Washington University. We didn't have Greek there. But
she's not slurring. I have it slowed down. I have it slowed down at 0.75. Just to not only be able to hear what she's saying clearly, and to respect the creator that came out with this call. We used she's got really good information, Chronicles of Olivia. So maybe that's might be why she's sounding slurry. Not sure, but I think that could be possible. I think she's also very, you can tell, or I could tell anyway, in my opinion, that it seemed like she was kind of starting to tear up at different points of the talk as well.
That they were
Thank you for hopping in.
And they said about Bethany's injuries. And then
wait, whose injuries? Bethany?
Not Bethany, I'm sorry, about Maddie's injuries.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you know their injuries or not. But
another thing
they all knew that.
That's interesting, because from what I had heard was the kid that discovered the bodies. But from what you're telling me, it seems like multiple people knew about the injuries before the so-called person. So that's not true then.
So he might have been called over. See, I can't imagine that Hunter Chapin would have not immediately called 911.
Part is really confusing.
Because I know there were guys there as well.
So you know for sure there were other guys that stayed overnight?
I do know that there were other guys there. I don't told me that he was a triplet in that his brother was there.
Hunter Chapin, yeah, he was.
Yeah, so he was there, and in fact, he's the one who told his parents. His parents said on the TV. So I assume that's the facts. That's true. So the police clearly weren't there yet, and everybody was told by the kids, not the police. Which, right, all these kids are there first. So the first call. So my daughter, and I know that, here's what I do know for certain. When we dropped my daughter off to her house, before we went to the hotel, it was like about 12-ish. I didn't see and I hadn't seen her all day, or her boyfriend. But then when we went and picked her up for breakfast, it was probably around 8, 9. Still wasn't there. We went in. At some point, she was either there or she wasn't. Mm-hmm. The girls, and I kept saying again, why didn't they call the police? She's like, I don't know, Mom, because it's a party house. I don't know why. I think that's why. And that's kind of where that feedback comes from. I mean, and I said, have you been there? And she goes, well, no, Mom. I haven't been there, but a lot of people do. I mean, they're cool. Like, and I said, how do you know? Do you even know? And she goes, well, she knows Xana's sister. Xana's sister, Jasmine, goes to school at Wazoo. So she, and Jasmine's sister, or Xana's sister Jasmine is Greek too. I don't know how she's a no, but she's friends on social media with, even though she is with the kids over there. But really good friends with Pi-Fi's, and really good friends with. She's a sorority sister. So, and that's where it came from. And then when charging documents or whatever came out here, she came down from, she woken up, and I said, that's what they said, and showed her. She says, that's not what happened. And it was so absolutely organic that I have no reason not to believe that's what she truly believes, and that's the narrative she knew. So they were given a narrative. A whole bunch of kids were given a narrative by the kids that were there. Maybe received the text, wasn't present, but received the text from somebody in Pi-Fi, and then she distributed it, and other people did as well. That's why all the kids know it's a different story.
The importance of is that she got a phone call from Pi Beta Phi.
Yes, that's exactly right. I don't know what format the communication was in. I believe it was Snapchats. The problem, a lot of the problems with this investigation is in Snapchats. But if you weave your way back through the Venmos, because if you're not Greek, you can't go on Greek Row, especially if you're a guy. So I do think that I know they do it at PiCaps at Wazoo. They infiltrate, or they get a hold of somebody who will consult for them on campus. Like Brian couldn't go to the Sigma Chi house. He's not a Sigma Chi. Only girls can go after 10 o'clock, at least at Wazoo anyway. But you don't go to Greek Row, and unless you're an athlete, you can, because athletes aren't supposed to be. And my son's an athlete. Athletes, it's really, really frowned upon for them to be in the Greek system.
Hey, EvilleCJ.
But they're allowed to go to the parties. They get invited to the parties, right? Because
Can I jump in here real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know about everyone, but this lady is not giving me much confidence in what she actually knows as fact. I mean, if you listen to some of the wording, like before this last thing that she just went through, she just goes, what I do know is, right? I don't know if you guys caught on to when she said that. She goes, what I do know for certain is, and then she states that. And then everything seems like secondhand and third-hand knowledge from her daughter telling her this and this person telling her this. And then everybody's getting it through social media, which I am sure through social media stuff went crazy that was communication. And there could be people who were over and definitely found out stuff, and maybe they're hiding stuff, which if it went out in social media, the cops are going to be all over that, right? And they're going to catch it because they're going to see and be able to track everybody's social media. But I don't know if it's just me. Some of the stuff she's not stating as she knows as any type of first-hand knowledge. Like she makes the comment that caught me there where she was like, well, I know what the conditions the bodies were in. Well, no, actually she doesn't. She wasn't there. She's listening to second and third-hand comments of what people are telling her, and then saying, oh, well, these people said this person stayed the night with that person. I mean, am I the only one getting that vibe?
Well, she's not in front of she's not doing a deposition. This is something that, you already know when you're going into it, that this is the source of this material is a 57-year-old mother that has 2 students that knew the students that were unalived. And
Right.
that's how much I'm taking from this information. I feel it's truthful. I don't know. I don't know why she'd be saying all the stuff that she's saying, if it wasn't stuff that her daughter had said to her. I am coming off with the impression that she's a concerned parent that is scared for her children, and she wants to tell everybody what she knows because it's not being the same thing that's being put out there to the public and to the other children that are in the community. And the reason I say that is because if you go back to the beginning of her conversation, she was talking about when the PCA first came out, and her son came up to her after he read it and said, "Mom, none of this makes sense." And she said, "I just attributed to it a bunch of numbers, and it was just something that I just wasn't even." But then she goes, "Once I started looking into it, it didn't make sense." And this was on the Drunk Turkey show part of the call as well. And that's part of the information that they vetted because they also went through the information, and that's where they came up with the same conclusion that the PCA, the cell phone pings, the video footage timestamps compared to the cell phone pings and how none of it matched up. And so, yes, this is information coming from it. Obviously, can't come from her because she wasn't there. Uh, I feel that, uh, yeah, she's getting all of her information from her daughter and friends that were of her daughter. And so, this is the stuff they told her. You know, the telephone game and how that works. And
Right. Exactly.
I could definitely see how social media played an important role when it comes to all of this information that she's talking about, because when the first call is reported at 8 in the morning to sorority sisters, that leaves from 8 until 11:58 for social media to be popping off crazy left and right. And if what this mom is saying is true about how there was multiple people, that the people knew who the people were, maybe that's why they had Brian Koberger's name so quick as well. Maybe it wasn't just DNA, it was the people told them, "Yeah, we know Brian Koberger," and maybe some other people. I find it very interesting, and I'm taking it as truthful as a 57-year-old mother with 2 children that go to school there. But
Right.
what
Well,
she
let me
says
so let
about
me
multiple people, whoa.
yeah, well, here's where I'm coming from. I am obviously and don't want to give the impression that at any way, point, or form am I saying that this mother is deliberately coming out to try to say any lies or to say anything from it. My thing is that the way that she is sharing information is not even necessarily her own daughter's direct info, just her own daughter's direct info. It is her daughter hearing from this person, who could have read it here, and then somebody said it there. And it is telephone, and it's telephone to the
Yeah.
heightened level because you have
Yeah.
very young kids, teenagers, and young adults who are in college, who all kinds of rumors and stuff are going on. And because we do have the mystery of the time frame of why somebody wasn't called or whatever, and I think anytime I hear any of that stuff, in providing that stuff, I'm always skeptical unless I hear something else from it. So I guess for me it would have been nice to have a little bit more clarifying questions to the mother, like when she says, "Well, I heard that there were guys were there." Okay, well, I would have paused that and say, "Okay, guys were where? We're with
She might
who?"
get into that. We're only like a third of the way into the call. She might
Right,
still get into it.
right.
And
I
when
mean,
it
I'm just
comes
saying because I see a
to
couple of the people, Kid Kitty and Cherry Cherry, are kind of all the same way of, you know, she sounds like there's a lot of assumptions, and in some of the language that she's using, she's like some of the things that she said, if anybody goes back to listen to it, which I even myself I will, when you
Oh
listen
yeah,
to
you
her,
gotta
some of the
listen
things
to it a few times.
she'll say, I assume. If you heard her, she'll talk about something and she goes, so I assumed this, and then she
Yeah, it's
stated what she assumed from that. So I mean, so
yeah,
yes, there's definitely some truth that could be in there, and it's not the mother's fault or even the daughter's fault if they're sharing back what's out there. I
no,
just
she's
lay a
just a
little caution.
57-year-old. She's just a 57-year-old mother that has 2 children that go to the school in the
Yeah,
area.
yeah.
I
No, I'm
mean,
not saying
that's
it's
as
not
far as you
value.
can take it. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like
yeah.
that. It's she's not in front of a with her hand on the Bible or something, and obviously it's hearsay because she's getting her information from other people, and telephone game really does exist. And I'm thinking the reason that the cops weren't called right away and the friends were called at 8 in the morning because there is reports about that property being a trap house for
Mm-hmm.
Molly.
Mm-hmm.
If you wanted Molly, you could get it there. I mean, that's just what's being out there.
Well, and if
Not
that's
saying it's true, but I'm just
right,
saying
right.
what's
Well, and then
been
it does
said
put a
that's
whole
out there.
if it does put a whole nother scenario in there, because it may be people who have nothing to do with that, but let's say there were drugs hidden in the house, and then people find out something's going to happen, and they're not going to go call the police if there's drugs hidden in the house, right? There could be that could be an example, right? They're not going to let that get busted, and they're going to have people come and remove it, just as an example,
And
right?
that's and it's true. At least she called the FBI with the information. She states they called her back and asked her not to say anything, and she didn't say anything for this was in Drunken Turkey show. She states she didn't say anything for a while, and then it just got to a point where the LE couldn't tell her that her children were safe going back to school, and that's when she started snapping as a mom.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that's when she started making these phone calls.
Yeah, I just wanted to add my 2 cents and stuff in there because I'm trying to listen and feed into, okay, what can we take as that, yeah, that's solid knowledge, we know about this or we don't know about that. So again, I'm not saying that the mom is purposely lying or anything like that. I'm just saying that it is so much phone the game of phone actually that
Well, yeah, and that's why, like Drunk Turkey Show, the first part, I highly suggest anybody to go to their channel. I can throw the link up when we're done with this phone call. There's the first part. It's part 1, where you actually have the call from the mother, and then the part 2 is definitely also a must watch because they go through and vet all of the information that she had
Right.
talked about during part 1. And so, of course, this is a source of information, and everybody has to understand that this is a source from a mother, 57 years old, 2 children that go to the school in the area, that is getting information from her daughter's friends, and such. And so, yes, we're not saying, and of course, this is always a speculation channel. We're never saying anything that she's saying is 100% true or real or took place, yada, yada. Again, it's a 57-year-old mother that
Why
has
do you
2
keep calling her
children
57? Like that's a
because
horrible
she's I'm
Poor-
not.
I
I'm just
apologize to
stating
any
this is the
57-year-old
source.
moms out there.
This is not Daily Mail. This is not Fox News. This is not Carroll County fucking public, fucking records. This is not none of that shit. This is a
Oh my
57-year-old
God.
mother that has 2 children. But
Jesus.
no,
Poor
I would
woman.
definitely, if there's time, I would definitely love to go over this phone call because I wanted to go over the other phone call as well. And I'm glad that Drunk Turkey Show was able to do what I was kind of wanting to do with the phone call, but I wasn't able to just because of everything being crunched together so much.
Yeah.
So it is nice, where people can actually, I highly suggest listening to part 1 with the phone call and then checking out part 2 with all the information that they vetted from that phone call. So you'll know exactly what is true, because when we were even doing that part 2, there was even some links that we were getting of stuff that the mom was saying that was not correct when it came to like the requirements of the PhD, what they had to do. She was stating they had to have a year at the Pullman LE when in fact they didn't. So there is
Yeah.
certain things that she says that are, you're just like, whoa, you know, this is fucking crazy if it's true. But at the same time, it's a mother that's getting her information from another source, and there is a telephone game. But it is something worth definitely checking out.
Yeah. No. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Oh no, like trust me, I was watching chat and it was like back and forth, like, you know, not back and forth as in the people, but there's, you know, one way and then another way and then one way and then another way. So there's a lot of difference of opinions when it comes to this call, which is great because that's the beautiful thing about the brain stew is all the different ingredients that you mix in it together. But yeah, I mean, and I don't know if it's slowed because I slowed it down. Normally the first call she was talking so damn fast, it was like we had to slow it down to hear what she had to say. And even when we started this, she suggested to slow it down. So I'm not saying she's on something. I don't know. I'm not going to listen to it. I'm not going to listen to it again.
I did not say that at all.
I don't know. I'm not
You're the
going to
one who
listen
just called
to
her
it
a
again
57-year-old
at
woman. I
normal
mean, my
speed.
Lord.
I would suggest you do that on your own time if you feel, you know, if you want to check to see if she was on something or something. I'm just saying, you know, like I just think maybe
But
she's
you're
just
saying she
emotional
is a
talking about it.
57-year-old mother.
That's right,
of
with
two
two children that go
Not
to
55,
no,
57.
she stated it in part 1 of Drunk Turkey Show. I'm a 57-year-old mom with two children that go to school in that area. So that's all I'm stating. That's the source material, Justice. It's not Fox News. It's 57-year-old mother.
But you're very accurate. I
Yes.
appreciate.
I have to
that
be
you
accurate with my sources.
you wrote that down. You had that 57. She cannot lie to you because you have it written. It's
in my
down.
head.
It is right there. Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's in this mental Rolodex card that I have. Yeah, it's already
But
stamped.
please continue. I'm so sorry.
It's already
I
stamped. Yeah.
apologize for interrupting.
Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, we'll get back to this call.
Mackay house. He's not a Sigma Chi. Only girls can go after 10 o'clock. At least
again.
I was
The
zoo
video,
anyway.
if you guys would like it.
But you don't go to Greek row, and unless you're an athlete, you can, because athletes aren't supposed to be. And my son's an athlete. Athletes, it's really, really frowned upon for them to be in the Greek system. But they're allowed to go to the parties. They get invited to the parties, right? Because
Yeah.
So, and if you're a girl and you're not Greek, you can go after 10 p.m. That's how it is at Wazoo anyway. It's very structured. And they say that's a safety structure. I feel like it might not be, but that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everybody finds their place, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think the girls, okay, I'm just going to say this. I really want to be clear about this. I don't think they're boys. I think, to me, they look kind to everybody, and their kindness maybe made them more naive and put them in a precarious position they didn't even know they were going to be in. Not that I'm not blaming them. I'm just saying goodness is not a right to hurt somebody. But I do think they were sucked into it because of Sigma Chi. And I do believe it's Sigma Chi. This is bigger than them. And it's bigger than Moscow police, which is why I call the FBI under 13, not Moscow police or Pullman. They're afraid. These kids are afraid to talk. I don't have a feel for Hunter. I think Ethan was probably, from what I can look at, he was the leader of the two of them. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But I could be wrong. I don't know. But also, the girls who were on Dateline in 2020, they are lying.
How do you know that? Did your daughter mention
I just looked at
about it?
Because I'm looking. No, I didn't. The first time I thought, "Oh, you're just being judgy, Kim. Just look again." Like I'm just wanting to see them being bad. But then I'm looking like, no, they're lying. They have created a narrative to protect something or somebody or themselves and they are feeding it around. And what they're realizing is they're putting themselves in so much more danger. And there's families who could go years with never finding out what really happened.
Wow.
I do think that Brian was the mastermind. I do not believe he was alone, because the information first given to my daughter was that there were 3 people there.
And this was at what time were the 3 people there? At 8 in the morning or at night?
When apparently when the murders happened, but
around 4 in the morning.
Maybe Dylan thought they were just going to be shaking them up for the money.
So the 3 people standing outside was at 4 in the morning, and one was a creepy guy. I think I remember hearing that one was creepy.
Yeah, they just call him the creeper. There's a lot of creepers that hang out there. I don't know. I think there's more questions to be asked.
Mm-hmm.
Some lie detector tests to be taken. I know they don't hold up in court, but they certainly work well to get, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think the only one who passed one is that Brian, because he's such a sociopath.
And when Brian was arrested, the first thing Brian said was, "Oh, was anyone else arrested?"
Well, what I do think is the reason he wanted to be extradited so quickly is because he's got something. He knows every single thing that these kids have done. When they felt like they were being watched, stalked, they were being watched. They were being watched diligently. I believe he's been in that house before. I think my understanding is he had been in the house, but it was a creeper and they kicked him to the curb and wasn't allowed to come back. That is what I think happened a few weeks prior. And I've told the police that. And that is because I've gotten that from the girls, because if they're not partying there and they're just getting this narrative from, but it's still really, the towns are pretty small together, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty connected. So it's like being on the same campus. It's just 5 miles apart, right?
Mm-hmm. So your daughter mentioned that a few weeks prior, someone was kicked out. That was a creeper. Like, is that just something you heard from your daughter?
That she just thinks she doesn't. She was told it was the creeper, and people would come to buy there, and they were like this 30-year-old. It's like they're like 25 to 30-year-olds that don't belong in college, that have record. And it took me forever to get the police. I called every day for almost a month, and I do know a mom tried every day for 15 days. She had spoken with Ethan at 2, or her son had texted Ethan at 2 in the morning. He was at Ethan's memorial service. They were good friends. Ethan had texted at 2 in the morning. She knew, so this kid knew where he was at 2 a.m. And it took like 15 days, she said, to get somebody to call them back. They were so buried. And so I just called every day. And when I called the president of UI, because I thought I'm just going to call him, because I'm not hearing back and I need to know he's heard my information. I don't need to know what's going on. I need you to know what I know, because I think it's relevant. And why would I make it up? I mean, or why would my kid make it up?
Yeah, no, and the fact that there's multiple kids who experience that, it's not just your daughter making this up. There's like multiple kids that got the phone call.
It's a rabbit hole sometimes when you're not getting anything from the police and you know things aren't adding up. I mean, 1 and 1 is making 12. Come on. It has to balance out. It has to make sense. And I can't help but think, if I was a parent, I'd be thinking nothing is making sense. And it's being taken all these places where probably it's just the simplest explanation is usually the explanation, right? In life. But there's a lot of things in it, a lot of lying. And these kids are lying like crazy. I can't believe they let them come home for Christmas. And that's what I said to them. I said, are you seriously sending my kid home for Christmas? I know I lose here, but if they're Greek on either campus, you keep them there. A SWAT killed the guy December 15th.
Yeah,
That was
Brent Kopaka.
So my son, he came downstairs the day that the affidavit came out with the probable cause, and he said, Mom, the map doesn't work. Like, the thing, it doesn't work. Wazoo is a walking campus. I think Moscow's you walk a lot in Moscow too, but so they know the roads and they know all of those things and where their phones work. And there's really no range in Pullman. I mean, there's more range in Moscow, truly, than there is in Pullman. But he spent like 15 to 20 minutes outside of the apartment where that guy was shot, where he supposedly lived, at the coffee house apartments. What was he doing there? Was he picking him up? And I don't think he worked for Pullman's. He was security. I thought he worked in tech at UI Tech, or the tech department at University of Idaho. But I could be wrong there too. They changed the story. They changed the person after the first day of putting it on. But why did he want to kill his roommates? And why was he living with two students if he's 38 and not a student? And is this Brian guilty actually, but going to get off because he's going to turn it on him? Because I think he's got something up his sleeve.
It's just, I can't wrap my head around the fact that, because we all thought at 11:58, the roommates woke up, saw the carnage, called the police. No, they were awake 4 hours earlier, and that is huge.
She's saying that in reference to the crimes that took place, and you're letting all these people go home. You need to keep them and interview every single one of them is basically what she's referring to.
That's not in the affidavit.
Yeah, when I called her, when we got the alert at 5 o'clock, and I called her, my husband called, and she had she knew, right? And I think it hadn't sunk in what had happened yet, so she was giving it to me fresh, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, she knew. She'd known since, 10.
Since 10.
Was gone by between around 9, between 8 and 9, 10, somewhere in there, because I never saw her. But she supposedly was there. And this is a narrative she fed to my daughter and to whatever friend group she sent it to in Snap. And I don't know. I assume everybody else got one too. But I think they were creating a narrative. And I feel it more so because of what they put on too. And it was on Twitter, I think, where they had posted it. But I think it's gone. And I did not screenshot it, which I wish I would have. I don't know if you can pull Twitter back. I think they can pull everything back. But the consistency is that I think there are kids on there that are trying to say this is something different than it's coming out as, but I think they're really afraid. People have to start talking.
And with Hudson Lindo, I had one of his friends message me because I made a video about Hudson, and everyone saw that video, and I was just talking about, his case and spreading awareness. She messages me and says, just to let you know that this has nothing nefarious to it. It has nothing to do with Sigma Chi. He tripped and fell on a rock and hit his head and passed out in the creek. But I went to that creek because I went to Moscow a second time. Yeah. But there's trees and bushes along the side of it. It doesn't really make sense to me.
Where was he going? For the shortcut.
I don't know. I have no idea. I think he was just leaving the frat and going home.
He's not the first one to die in that creek.
So you've heard
I
about.
think another boy died in 2015,
Mhm.
but I could have the date wrong, but I believe another boy did. I certainly want them to have peace.
Mhm.
And I don't want this guy to get off. And I'm really very concerned that he's going to have enough evidence to at least postpone.
Yeah, and his attorney, like, she seems to be a pretty good one because she
Yeah, she
like
does.
freed this other guy that was in jail.
I don't know how he got her. She's probably the best in the 5-state area. Forensic investigator is probably one of the best in the nation. How does that happen?
But if it wasn't for you, none of us would have known about this period of time in the morning where multiple people knew what had happened before the 911 call was made.
Well, the police know about it because they've known since the 13th when I called them. They are now the world's children. They did not deserve this.
Yeah.
And we're stuck with the scumbags and we lose these beautiful lights. That's just unacceptable.
Mhm.
Unacceptable.
Yeah.
So I will do everything I can. And it's just,
Exactly.
it's just, well, you're the one doing the hard work. You're out there doing it. And I would call you an investigator, and I would get my PI's license if I were you, because I find you to be very, very effective.
Oh, thank you.
Later in 2020, I just thought I'm looking at a bunch of lying kids who need to be in a timeout until they decide to tell the truth. Like, didn't your parents tell you not to lie? You are liars. Our interview was like real. It was a documentary. It was
That was
real.
a good video.
It really was. It was really nice to see.
It was a good video.
Thank you.
And everybody grieves differently. I mean, some people are quiet in grief, and people, aren't. And it's really hard to. I mean, I cannot believe the police arrested Santa's mother 3 days after she died because she had a warrant. Come on, guys. Sometimes this woman just lost her child. Don't care what you think of her, what she's done.
Yeah, that timing was the worst.
Why would they do that to her? They have a choice. They can go to a judge and say, hey, this just happened. They have a choice. I can't imagine. No. She's sitting in a jail cell while her daughter they're preparing to bury her. Like, come on. Give me a break. People's lives are hard enough. They don't need this.
Aw.
So I'm frustrated. So it's nice to see that there's this world out there who's communicating with people. And I really do appreciate that. I appreciate you.
You are the first parent that has really come forward to say, like, there's more to the story.
Because I really think I'm right. And if I'm wrong, I apologize. But I believe everything that's been told to me, and I would never lie. And I know that about myself. And I just can't imagine not saying anything. What kind of a mother would I be? What kind of a person would I be if I didn't tell everything I knew?
And so with your daughter, like, does she know that you've, like, talked about this? Like, is she okay with that? Is she open, or is she kind of, like, scared?
She does. She knows it's not enough. And I think that because she's there and she really wants to stay there, I have spoken for her. And so, and I said, if it comes down to it and you need to call her in and she needs to be a witness or whatever, well, then we'll handle that at that time. I do not believe, if I believe she did anything wrong, I'd walk her in the police department myself. Trust me on that one. I would. And I don't think she has. I think she's given everything she has. And when she finds something, she tells me. She thinks I am over the top too nervous and worried. And I think she's not worried enough. So we have a little battle there.
Mm-hmm.
But nature of the beast, right? But she knows I'm speaking for her. And I tell everybody I am speaking for her. And I believe her.
Right.
Because that's what all the girls said, and that's the most plausible story. Nothing else makes sense. For her to have opened the door and seen him, and him to walk by her, he would not have done that. He would have killed her.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't. And if she was frozen, how did she shut the door and lock it? Right? She was on the first floor. She wasn't on the second floor. And I actually think that the girl who never moved in is the one probably who has a lot of answers.
What?
Why did the police say she was on the second floor?
She was downstairs of the beast, right? But she knows I'm speaking for her. And I tell everybody I am speaking for her. And I believe her because that's what all the girls said. And that's the most plausible story. Nothing else makes sense. For her to have opened the door and seen him, and him to walk by her, he would not have done that. He would have killed her.
Mm-hmm.
And if she was frozen, how did she shut the door and lock it? Right? She was on the first floor. She wasn't on the second floor. And I actually think that the girl who never moved in is the one probably who has a lot of answers.
Why did the police say she was on the second floor?
She was downstairs with Bethany.
And you know that for a fact because your daughter told you that?
Yeah, well, I know that for a fact because that's what my daughter told me. And she saw them out the window. They saw them out the window, and I think they knew they were coming. When the police say to be vigilant, lock your groups, well, guess what? They were sleeping, and there was a group of them in the house, and there was a guy there. What more could they have done? I'd like to know if somebody ate that whatever was in that Jack-in-the-Box bag, why the receipt was not correct, because the receipt is not correct if you pull it up. It just has an X on it. Did she order it?
What?
Does it follow a Venmo somewhere?
There's so many details.
And I will speak to them anytime they want. And
Hold on.
if they were sleeping and there was a group of them in the house and there was a guy there, what more could they have done? I'd like to know if somebody ate that whatever was in that Jack-in-the-Box bag, why the receipt was not correct, because the receipt is not correct if you pull it up. It just has an X on it. Did she order it? Does it follow
So was it a prop?
Venmo somewhere?
There's so many details.
And I will speak to them anytime they want. And if they have questions they want me to go find out, if you have questions you want me to find out, I will do my best.
Yeah,
I will read that book.
After listening to Kim speak about what she knows about that morning, she appears to be telling the truth and appears to be sincere.
That's what I was thinking.
What do you think about this new information? One thing I will say is that there seems to be a part of the story we haven't been told yet. We may never find out, but hopefully we do soon, so that justice is served. If you haven't seen my documentary with the Gonzalez family, here's a snippet.
Something bad happened to Kaylee. Something bad happened. Well, what do you mean? What do you mean? And she's like, I think Kaylee's dead.
She had an interaction with a date.
Don't let it die.
You need to be vocal. We went and investigated. Adam is about her.
Half of it, like they only came to us like 2 halves to a whole.
What a video. Damn, what a video. Oh, that's crazy. The receipt didn't match up. I don't know nothing about a receipt not matching up. So was it a prop? Was it a prop just to knock on the door and make it look like somebody got a delivery and one of the roommates was open the door for it? I don't know about the receipt. I didn't know anything about the receipt.
Well, that a DoorDash or Grubhub is pretty damn easy to prove or not prove. You're going to have the order that's on it.
Not that.
Deliver.
Not that.
What other receipt is she talking about of a day of timing?
Basically, she's stating that the receipt for the DoorDash doesn't match up with a delivery. So it is pretty much I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody else, but I took that as it was a prop, is what she's saying. If she's saying the receipt doesn't match any kind of delivery, then it had to be, because it shows Zaina. You can see it clearly with a black marker on the outside of the bag. It says Zaina on it. And if the receipt, if something about the receipt not matching the actual delivery, well, then that could be a prop of BK going up there, knocking on the door. Somebody's like, "Who's here?" Opens the door, has a DoorDash bag with Xana's name on it, and then the roommate's like, "Oh, it's just a DoorDash delivery."
Right,
And then opens
SRB,
the
I
fucking
agree.
door.
Here's the problem. So how does this mother know what the receipt is? How does this mom?
I don't
How does
know.
she know what time it is? How does she know what time the drive? I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Let me ask
You'd
the
have to
help of
ask
everybody
her.
else who knows the case. Doesn't everybody recall the statement of a time that said an order was made and that
Okay.
this DoorDash
Yeah.
person came to the delivery,
ATS News.
made the delivery, and it was out. So we already had that
Ellie
law
is
enforcement
confirming.
confirmed that
Yeah.
that happened. So now why can this mom who only hears stuff from
Well, does
the
anybody
side,
know anything about this receipt? Because I don't. Let's first figure out the receipt thing first. Does anybody know about the receipt? Because I haven't dug that much into the case about this receipt when it comes to this DoorDash bag. So I don't know anything about this DoorDash bag or the receipt not matching up. I don't know.
I just know that they said that they spoke, and
I
again,
haven't
correct me if I'm wrong. I remember already
spoke
hearing
to the
that they
DoorDash. Yeah.
stated that the driver was spoke to because he was eliminated as a suspect
So
very quickly.
what's the receipt then that she's talking about? Does anybody know?
No, I think that's what like other people were talking about, like which receipt, which that's the
Yeah,
only
we
one I can
gotta.
think of. I mean, honestly, what else was there a timing for? And then her other comment
Yeah.
that I was listening to, and
Does anybody know? Please put it in chat if you know anything about this receipt.
when she made the comment that there was a guy there, and what were they going to do? Did you hear the way she worded that? There was already a guy there,
Yeah, she
and
was.
what
I
were
thought
they
she was
going to
speaking
do?
about Ethan. I thought she was referring to the girls and the guy as to the girls that were unalived, and then also Ethan. And so I thought she was saying, as an intruder, when you have 3 girls and 1 guy, what are you going to do when 4 people can gang up on 1 person? Is how I took it.
I don't know.
She
I'm
was
bothered by
emphasizing
some of
the
her
guy
comments.
as in he was a bigger guy, and you got 3 other girls that can confront you all at the same time, and you're 1 person, what are you going to do kind of thing, like outnumbered.
I mean, I'm also bothered by her statement to say, and I agree, we all are saying where is what fills in the blanks of the window of the time that the girl that we know about, they don't have to tell us everything. Of course we don't know. Of when the girl said she got scared, she closed the door. She saw the guy, she closes the door. We don't know whether whatever happened, she had an anxiety attack. She had a panic attack. She went into shock. I don't know what it is. I mean, myself is like, oh my God, what's all this block time and stuff like that? I'm not saying there can't be something else that was going on and other people walk around doing everything, but to say then that this mom is going to say, well, why didn't she do this? And how, if you're in shock and you saw him, then why are you going to close the door and lock it? Trust me, I don't even have to think about it. If I'm scared, I'm going to close and lock a door. I mean, that's an automatic thing. I mean, You know what I mean? It
Right.
could just be a weird dog walking down the street and I could close and walk the door. I don't have to see something so nefarious on it. But then to start claiming like that she knows some things that other people don't know, because again, I'm not saying there can't be truth there. Of course there can. Of course there can. And I'm not saying that she's deliberately trying to mislead everybody. But I think for her to come out and say, hey, police, law enforcement, FBI, there was other stuff that was going on and supposedly this is happening, blah, blah, blah. But to come straight out and to say that these girls were on a show and that they're liars and question the girl of when she closed the door and if she did, and then to maybe question the only receipt that I know of, unless somebody has figured out a different one, is that the DoorDash or whatever it is doesn't match. That was one of the people, and I'll tell you from the beginning that I was like, wow, how did they clear these people so quick, right? The guy who dropped the people off, the DoorDash guy, remember we had like the list of like 3 or 4 people that they automatically came out and said these people are cleared. So I don't know. There's just some of the stuff that
you're questioning what you're saying, and she's questioning what the roommates are saying. And there was other people, ATS News, I want to get back to what you said. There is other people that thought the same thing. I'd played it on a slower speed because she does the first call that we went through on the Drunk Turkey show. She was talking way fast. So I went ahead and slowed it down because Chronicles of Olivia also suggested to slow it down as well. So if you want to check the link and then play it at full speed, I don't know. I'm going to definitely check it out after the show because I definitely want to hear how she sounds at normal speed. Just because I
copied the link.
She
that you put
did,
in there.
you know what I mean? She did, you know what I'm going to say. It, but it's assumptions.
And
then SRB,
please
you
don't-
brought up it.
Please don't. I just want to make it clear, if just allow me. I'm not trying to call out to say that this mom is a liar or that she's deliberately, like I said, deliberately doing anything. But what I will question is her questioning other people and calling directly out. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't call out a girl who just saw that her friends all got murdered and she saw the murderer, right? None of us
We're
can,
saying
right? We
8
can't.
hours.
Right. Well, we don't. Yeah,
We've
there's
both
something
said
in there.
8 hours. You know what I'm
There
saying?
is something weird.
Too.
There
That's a
is something
question
weird.
too.
We all agree. We all agree on
there is.
that. So I'm not saying that she is saying in there. I just say that if she starts questioning, saying receipts and this and that, yes, she may know some things, but she has to also admit she doesn't know everything and all the fill in the blanks. So that's why she needs to, I think not question other people's intentions or what they're doing too.
Again, she's a 57-year-old mother of 2 children.
I thought 56. I'm glad you reminded me.
That's the source of the information. So we have to keep that in mind as well. It's not an interrogation. She's not in front of a judge. She's not in front of Ellie. You know what I'm saying? This is like you can hear at the end of the video, she was even saying, I'm just a concerned mother for these children. When it comes to her credibility of what she's saying, we've already said before Drunk Turkey show, she was already vetted that not them, because they didn't do any of this vetting. Somebody in chat in the show did the vetting, and I believe it was Josie. Josie actually sent me the link showing the WSU curriculum, showed me the classes, and showed me the requirements, and showed that with what she had stated in the Drunk Turkey show about how they needed to have 1 year requirement of being at the Pullman LE. Josie sent me the actual information from the school that shows that that was not correct. So we've already talked about stuff that she said could possibly not be true. That's why if we are going to question this stuff about this, then we need to do the vetting. And so that's what we're trying to do right now. If you guys know anything about this receipt, because I don't know anything about it. I don't think you do either, Justice. If anybody else does, it would be nice to know, because I would like to know what this receipt is. And SRB, you bring up a really good point. it would be nice to somehow reach out to this lady and ask these questions that I have or that you guys have in chat, or the questions that Justice has as well. And shit, if it is possible, I'd love to have you on with me, Justice, if it ever takes place. That
Yeah.
would be cool. That would be
I
cool.
mean, and
I
I
use
think
the same
that
phone type that she used on these other shows. It's the
Yeah.
same thing. You can just call the phone number
Yeah.
and you
I
can
mean,
hear the whole
that's the
conversation,
main
Justice.
question, isn't it? The main question is because even before you were done with the phone call, everybody was asking when she kept saying receipt. Everybody's asking, what does she mean receipt? What is
Yeah, I
receipt?
don't know.
And if
I'm
she
not
is
sure.
receipt, ATS, I think, and some of them were saying and agreeing that receipt, that person talked to law enforcement and they did talk and confirm that food was
Yeah,
delivered
it was
and the time
confirmed
it
that.
was.
Yeah, that's why hell in previous shows I've already said that that was probably their first credible information
Yeah.
about what took place, because when we found out that Koberger, the cell phone pings and all this stuff, and the footage shows him doing like 3-point turns and all this other shit, like I already assumed when I knew that information came out, I'm like, well, yeah, probably because fucking DoorDash dude was sitting there, and then DoorDash dude was the first credible source of information that they could get anything from, and he was probably the one saying, yeah, there's a fucking white Hyundai Elantra that was driving all sorts of fucking crazy, driving
Well,
in a fucking circle, doing fucking
and you know
3-point
what
turns
else?
and shit. You know,
What else popped in my head?
Perfect.
While you're talking about that, the other thing that popped in my head is, okay, well, first, let me remind, we're all saying the gap, right? Everybody has a problem with this huge gap. We're trying to figure out what that gap is. The other thing that sticks in
Yeah.
my head is, what was
Yeah.
his end game, right? We're all trying to figure out, if he's so smart, what was his end game? What is he trying to get out of this? Is he trying to show he's smarter than the system? Whatever. Let's not
To
forget,
get away with it,
unless
to keep going. That's what I
well,
think.
I don't think he did. I think there's something else there
I
because
think he
left
wanted
too
to
much.
be the best serial killer that, because look, how long did BTK get away with it? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
but
I
what
feel
if
like
he
he
convinced
wanted to
the?
one him up. He
What
wanted
if
to
the
one
mom
him
is
up.
right? What if this mom is right and he convinced other people to be involved? Why did they show? Let me bring this up. Am I right or wrong? Didn't
I
they
still feel
say?
solo, but you know.
But didn't they say? Well, remember, she's saying whether people
Oh
watched.
yeah,
She
she
used the
said
term
multiple
watched.
people. Yeah, but I still feel,
So
even beyond her phone call, and I think it was a good phone call beyond it, I still feel solo, but it does
okay,
make
but let me
sense
ask this question. Let me get
with
this
his
question out there
question
to
and
you.
the public defender.
And you guys, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Did he or did they not say that at 9 a.m. that same morning of the murders, he was back over there and there was a ping?
Yeah, 9 a.m. Yep. He came back through,
Why was he
and
back
he was
over
there
there at
for
9
12
a.m.?
minutes. 12 minutes, I believe. He went by a
What was
couple
he doing
times.
there at 9 a.m.?
I think he was, well, I feel like he was either looking, number one, to see if there was any law enforcement or any kind of medical at there. You know, he wanted to
Yeah.
see if anything was, and also he was probably going back through there because I think that he wanted to go back there to try and find the sheath, and thinking, you know, hey, I got to try and at least go back and see if I can find it. You know, at least went back there, went to see if anybody was there. There was nobody there. Then he was trying to work up the confidence to try and go in there real quick to try and give it a go, and he just couldn't get the confidence, and then took off because he knew it was too risky at that point.
Well, how would he not know that in 5 hours she still hadn't called the police yet?
Because when he showed up, nobody was there. He might.
Well, yeah, he knows after he got there.
Because he probably, okay, but if he walked by the door, then he obviously felt that nobody was there. Because if he would have seen that door cracked, you can't tell me he would have opened that fucking door and finished in that room too. So he obviously didn't see the door cracked. So he probably, when he drove by and didn't see any LE there, I'm assuming he probably thought that he got everybody that was inside, and nobody had came over and noticed anything yet.
Well, the mom who, and I will just bring
I
this
don't
out, the
think
mom who
he'd
just
think
spoke,
anybody else was there.
she said that she didn't think that the guy wouldn't have saw her because she thinks why will he not kill her, right? So
Yeah,
she's
that's
not
her
taking into
opinion,
account
though.
that maybe, right, exactly.
I
Maybe
mean, that's her
that he didn't
opinion.
see her, but he comes
I don't
back.
think
He
he
doesn't
did.
think anybody did it, but
I think he would have
5
went in.
hours later, 5 hours
Yeah,
later,
yeah.
and she still hasn't
To see,
called. So then we're at 9, right? Then only
because
2
he didn't
hours
know she
later,
was
the
there.
phone 911 call.
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
feel like
throwing
he
that in
didn't
there too.
know. I didn't feel like he knew. Okay, I didn't think he saw the door crack. I didn't think that he even thought that anybody was there. Because seriously, if I feel like he thought somebody was in that room or that it was a possibility and the door was cracked, he would have opened it up and you know, he walked right by it and was just trying to get the fuck out. And I don't even think that he thought that anybody was even in that room or even there. I feel like he thought that he got every single person there that was alive there. And the reason he came back was two reasons. Number one, to see if any Ellie had showed up, to see if anybody had noticed what took place. Because if you feel like you wiped out a whole house with nobody else left alive, then you might not expect to see Ellie sitting back there already. Because you don't think anybody would have noticed yet until maybe that afternoon, maybe that evening, or maybe even the next day. And I think that he was trying to go back there because when I feel like he knew before he even left that property, he knew that he lost the sheath. And when he probably already went, I feel like he already went and tried to look, and it was already he already committed 4 crimes. It was already so much that had taken place. He needed to get get the F out of there. And I feel like he went back there to see if any LE were there and to see if he could get enough courage, like to plan on going back in there to find it, because on the way there, it's hella important to just hurry up, go in there, get it real quick, and hurry up and get out. But when he got there is when he just couldn't get over that level to actually get out of the freaking car and go walk up there real quick and try and find it. And he just at that point said, you know what? It's too risky. It's more risky to get seen to go in there than it is to actually have them find the sheath. Is what I felt, and that's why he didn't get out. That's why he drove by and then took off. It was too risky at that point.
You
It
know,
was
I
9
think
a.m.
though well, yeah, I think a lot of criminals though like to go back. You know, kind of like people who like to burn
Yeah.
houses, right? And they like to go watch
Yeah.
the firefighters go put the fire out. I think he may have went back because he thought, okay, the law enforcement's there. Maybe I'll go watch and see, you know, with the police action and ambulance action and everything else gone in.
Oh,
You
I'm sure
know,
he
I
came
mean,
back
he could have
later. You know,
he
when
could have
they
sat
did
there done
show
it.
up.
It's just such a large. It's
I'm sure he
interesting to
did.
me because it is in the middle, actually a little more on the later side than the middle, but it is in the time frame of why we're wondering the police were not called yet, right? You know what I mean? We're wondering in that time frame. You know what I'm saying? It's in that
Oh yeah.
group of in there. So I don't know.
And then we got to wait
And they
until
were
the
asking,
trial.
what was the name of the roommate who was no longer living there? That's a
That's
very good
okay.
question.
Cherry
I don't
Cherry
remember.
brought that up. Yeah, who's the roommate that was supposed to move in, I think, but didn't. The mom said something about that. I would like to find out who that is, and I would like to find out this receipt being wrong. Those are the two out of this phone call that we listened to tonight. Those are the two main things that I'd like to find out. What is this receipt that she's talking about, and who is this roommate that moved out or was going to move in but didn't? I'm gonna have to go over it again, just like the other phone call from Drunk Turkey Show. I had to listen to it like 6 freaking times to really to really dissect
No,
it.
I do the
You should
same
see the
thing.
notes I took for it. It was like, oh my God, 2 pages.
I can't tell
2 of
you
them.
how many times for Delphi I've listened and reread things. It would make you sick because you have to. I mean, and even when you get updated clues, you have to go back to the original base of everything and re-go through it, and it gives you a totally new perspective. So in my defense, this is the first time for me to hear that mom speaking tonight.
You got to check. I mean, she says a lot of the same stuff. You know what I'm saying?
This was just my first opinion. I'm just saying, as women, we can also tell by tones and everything else about people. But yeah, so it
definitely
makes you
watch
think.
part 2. Because watch their vetting of it too, though. It's very important. If you watch the first episode, you have to watch part 2 with all the vetting. Because there is some stuff. They do a lot of the vetting, which is nice. You can just sit back. You know, Chronicles of Olivia said the same thing about them and their vetting in this video. I totally appreciate their efforts for doing it, because it's got to be a lot of hard work to map all that shit. And, so it's got to definitely take some time to do that.
No, I come over here for my Idaho 4 murder case.
Shoot.
I don't cover it. No, I'm serious. I watch it and I listen to stuff where I can be, a little bit educated in the case, where I can sit here with you and listen to it. But I rely on our group over here and listen to over here to hear what information we found out and stuff like. I mean, plus I listen to a few things, but
especially
that's not
the chat too. The chat's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, you've got like really. I have talked a million times how impressed I am with the people, the evildoers here, right? Your evil ones or whatever you call them, because they know what's going on and they definitely pop out the information on.
Oh, for real. Like the links that I get, like even from people that aren't even hanging out a lot of the time in the show, I'll still get links, and it's amazing. These links, I'm telling you, like the links are just amazing, because I have enough time to do the prep where I go through my subscriptions of everything that I subscribe to, and I add everything to my show folder playlist. But your guys's, the links, the articles, the layouts, the college curriculum, just all of this stuff, the PCAs, the research studies, all of this stuff is from chat and everybody that's in the show. So like it's amazing, all of this stuff, and I really appreciate it. Seriously, it's a beautiful thing to be able to have all of this. I was sitting down for my review today at my work, and I was trying to explain to my boss. I was like, because he's like, why are you so wanting this earlier hour, so you can have an hour at night? And I'm like, dude, I'm doing this. This is what I have going on each night. This is the time that it starts, not the show, but the stuff for the show and after the show. From here to here is this, and then this is when I'm at bed, this is when I'm at work, and he was like, oh dang, it's like, yeah man, it's not, I'm not trying to throw a fit or anything, but I said you got to look at it like a night school thing, in a way. Like it's like a night class where I'm taking a class at night. I'm doing a whole bunch of sacrificing. I'm putting in all this effort and this work. And, so maybe one day in the future, it's something that I can do that's a passion. You know what I mean? That's why I'm going to be introducing more sports coming up too. It's going to be kind of like a half and half thing with some days off and stuff. And so I'll be coming out with a schedule and stuff. But yeah, it's like, all of this stuff. I was telling him about all of the brain stew and how the people in chat and that are in the show, and we all have this, we get this information and we get this information and this and this and and it's about real cases, and he was just like, damn, that shit's deep as hell. And I'm like, yeah, it's a beautiful thing, and I love it. And I even just even the difference of opinions, you don't really care for the call that much, or what's which I totally understand too. Totally.
Don't misread me. I'm just saying, just like because you say of the stew that we have.
ATS agrees with you. She has a hard time trusting YouTubers' editing. You know what I mean? I'm new to this shit. So hey,
no, but let me tell you, but we know, but like ATS knows, and so does the audience. We know. You also know there. Okay, there are certain ones that though that you'll watch. And if they tell you that they've checked into something, that you can trust they've checked into something.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? There's some people
the people in the show. Yeah.
They'll say people can say whatever, and then you're watching something or channel, and you kind of know whether you can trust that that's full info or not, right? And,
because when it comes out, okay, I know this person said this shit that wasn't even close, and this person said, yeah, there's some channels on here that when it comes, like you're one of them, when it comes to anything Delphi, I'm coming to you, number one.
Yeah, I love your group
like that. I trust you like that, for real. I know
people
you
have in here that you've recommended their channels have been great. I have loved going and watching all of them, and have become very good friends with your chat people and the ones who have their channels. And if I haven't subscribed to your channel yet, then you must have not told me, because I try to make sure to go and subscribe to you guys and show my love and support and stuff out there for that. But that's why it's good. That's why. Did you mention me during your review? And during your review, did they have a part at the ending where it says, please like and subscribe, and that's how you knew it was a good one?
What? What? Well, I've been trying to end the show with everybody's links now. So like right at the end,
I know you're almost too generous with that.
I'm trying to pop in with everybody.
You're a little too generous. You know what I'm saying? You give a little too much.
It's about love. You know what I mean?
Well, I know. I mean, I appreciate it. All of us appreciate it. I'm just saying. I mean, you could sit there and probably say 4 or 5 times, hey, go support Justice Serve Daily. And then it's like, okay, did he even say it about himself yet? We're going to got to throw it in here. Hey, like and subscribe to keeping on. And if you do a new schedule, shouldn't we have like, I think we should have like a Justice Serve Daily night, right? If you're going to have a certain nights, maybe there's like a certain night I come see you, right? Well, or you're not going to have a night that's like crime night.
You can hop on any
or
night
it's not
that you
just
want
me.
to.
Like maybe it's true crime with a lady, right? And then you can have like me or ATS, or any of the ladies on here. You can add them in there and have it.
Well, I don't know. Let me ask you something, because I don't know. It's something that I'm going through in my head right now. But I don't know. Number one.
We're breaking up. This is where it goes. Go on.
Number one. Isn't it rude of me to mention my own channel and somebody else's channel? Isn't that rude?
No, I don't think so.
It's not. I always thought.
Well, I mean, automatically, I think if you're in somebody's channel, if you're in
what I'm
somebody's
saying?
channel,
I'm there to promote them. You know what I mean? I'm there to promote them. So I just always assume it'd be rude of me to do that for myself. That's all. That's why.
But you're on your own channel here, right?
On my own channel.
Right.
If I'm in somebody else's channel, I'm there to, like yours. I'm there to support you.
But,
I'm not there to support myself, right?
If they want to, should mention you. Then it should. If you're on somebody else's channel and you're talking, then it should be, hey, thank you, CJ. Please go check out his channel.
It is
right.
What
That's
it
kindness
is.
on their part, is to recommend you.
It is.
Why
what
did somebody
it
do
is.
that to you?
Did
I do that to you?
I don't know what you. No,
I
don't know. You just brought it up.
You haven't even been on my channel yet. I brought it
Yes,
up
I
about
have.
it, but you haven't said about it.
Yes, I have. I was on a live,
Well,
but not the last,
live?
not the last one, but the one before that, and I was promoting the shit.
Talking?
That's when I was in chat promoting the shit out of it, and that's when and
I mean
two
on
people from your
channel. I mean
channel
on
ended up being friends on Fortnite. Yeah. Because I was in there and
Really?
we were talking about Fortnite. Yeah. Yeah. You even
Well,
mentioned
there
me
you go. You
while you were
got your
streaming.
Fortnite thing. Well, yeah.
No, I'm
I'd
just
hope
saying.
I'd
I
mentioned
was
it.
there. I'm there to
I
support
mean, if
you.
you
I'm
think
not
I'm
there to
rude,
support
please make
myself.
sure you tell me that you think
But
I'm rude. I mean, usually you do.
no,
You just say
I'm
it
not
right up.
saying you're rude. No, I never said that. I never said that. No, I'm saying wouldn't it be
Okay,
rude of me
number
to
one.
be on somebody
That was
else's
number one.
stream and say, "Hey, come follow my channel," so then I'm taking away from your channel? No, I'm not doing
Well, you
that.
wouldn't
I
be
just feel
because they're already on my channel,
I don't know.
right?
You know what? The people that want to sub to me will sub to me. You know what I'm saying?
I know,
It
but
is what it
your
is.
people over here come watch me, and my people come over
Yeah.
and watch you.
I know. I want them to watch you guys. That's why I put you guys'
All right.
links in my
That's
chat.
why we promote you. Okay, then let's move
Because
on.
I
Let's
want
hear
them to
number
watch
two.
you.
You've been drinking.
Because I
Okay,
love
next
your
number two.
channels.
We're
I
waiting
love
for the
your
breakup.
channels.
Go ahead, number two. Go on.
Okay, number
What-
two. I kind of okay. This is what I'm thinking for the schedule. All right.
Mhm.
As of right now, because it's not set in stone yet. But I'm
Mhm.
thinking. Hold on 1 second. Let me grab it real quick. I think I have it here. Wait. Yeah, hold on. I wrote it down. This is my idea today. All right. I do like my Sunday two shows a day. All right. I've done a couple of those. I do enjoy them. I like getting up, having a show in the late morning, early afternoon, having a show at night. Right. So I did enjoy the Sunday late morning, early afternoon sports show. So for Sundays, because I'm going to consider that day one, Sunday would be sports show midday, true crime in the evening. I would have Mondays off because that's always a tough day to, right? Always a tough day. So Monday could be my day to kind of get rest, maybe do some editing, maybe upgrade the channel with something, whether it's a new bot, new background, intro video, just different things, right? Tuesday would be sports, Wednesday, crime, Thursday, sports, Friday, crime, Saturday off, but a bonus if I'm popping on in the evening with whatever it is. It could be like the idea I had in the beginning of my show of doing crazy ass topics on Saturday nights again. So it would be like a bonus kind of thing, but at the same time, that's a personal evening for me to have a personal, you know what I'm
Date
saying,
night?
right?
Date
Right.
night?
Okay. Exactly.
Yeah, date night.
So a personal evening, right? But it's a bonus if I'm like, hey, what's up? Let's talk about flying saucers and comets tonight,
Where's
everybody.
painting?
Rock
Where
on.
did painting go?
Right? Huh?
Aren't you painting? What happened to painting?
Yeah, I gotta wait for the stand because in order to have a camera that's like up like this to be able for you guys to see down on the painting, because it would literally have to come hang over here. It just wasn't safe. So I need to get the stand, and once I get the stand, it's going to go where my guitar goes. So when I do my painting stream, I'm actually going to take this camera, move it over to this part of the desk, so then you see me standing there, and then the stand is going to go in the corner where their guitar is, and then you're actually going to watch me do the paintings that way. Because the way that I had it set up at first was that the camera was coming down this way, but then the way that I had to do the painting was going to be turned, twisted, and when I do a painting, it's got to be straight up and down. When I'm drawing is where it is at an angle. So once I get that stand, that's going in the corner for when I do the painting streams, and that's where I'm going to do the painting, and then the camera's going to be set up right here, going right towards me. I just have to wait for that from Amazon. I think I have the coffee light today, but that coffee light, the coffee neon I got for the show, is going to be hanging up right there on the wall once I get that put up, and I'm thinking it'll be there for tomorrow night's show, but maybe another night here I just got to
Okay.
see how it all works.
All right, so let me help get this down. In your thought process of today, you said it's
Yeah.
today. You're thinking 2 Sundays. One is mid-afternoon, and then one
on Sunday.
with the sport. Well, one is mid-afternoon, and then
Yeah.
later in the day is true crime.
Yeah.
You're going
the
to be
evening.
off on Monday. Off on Monday.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tuesday, you're thinking sports.
Sports. Yeah. Yeah.
Tuesday sports.
Yep.
Wednesday.
Tuesday, Thursday. That's when the NBA games pop off.
Tuesday, Thursday, sports.
All day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wednesday.
Tuesday, Thursday. Friday, crime.
You're doing crime.
Yes.
And Friday. And then Saturday, you're going to
It's a
try to be
It's a bonus.
out on a date.
No.
Okay.
It's a bonus. No,
That's
it's for
not a
person.
bonus.
What if I'm changing the brakes on my car at a buddy's garage that evening? You know what I'm saying?
Look, whatever you do
It's
on
for
your drive
it's
to Saturday
personal.
night
It's
is your
personal. That's
own.
all. All I'm
If
saying is
you-
that's a personal.
If you want to
evening.
go play, if you want
That's
to
a
go
personal
play
evening. I
corn
have brakes
table,
to fix.
that is your own business.
I have brakes
if
to
you're
fix.
gonna go play games, whatever you're gonna do, right? Whatever. That's it. Okay, so Saturday's free. So we know not to see you on Saturdays and Mondays. Everybody,
That's just what I'm thinking.
Write it in pencil. Nobody, he's not sure. So don't write it in pen yet. This is pencil.
Yeah,
Monday.
I'm
Okay.
When the schedule is set, it will be put up at the beginning of the show as I flip through all my screens. I'm gonna have my weekly schedule up there.
Okay.
Yep.
And is it starting this week? So are you off tomorrow?
I'm gonna have a decision by Sunday, and the new schedule will start off with the Monday night of me having a night off. Will be my first scheduled, first day of the new schedule. So that'll be my first night where I have that off. And then with the schedule that you see Sunday, or I'll probably even put it up on my description also for my YouTube channel. That's Monday night. Really, there's a lot like Saturday. I'm gonna be honest with you. Most of the time Saturdays I'm sleeping so damn late because I don't get any sleep Friday night.
You heard me,
I don't.
Jay. You got what I
don't
said.
get No, I don't get any sleep Friday night. I barely get any sleep during the week. So when it comes to Saturday morning and early afternoon, I'm just sleeping. And then Saturday
You're
is
so
a night
partying.
that I can do stuff around home that I don't get to do during the week because I don't have any time between work and my show.
You're looking for that 57-year-old woman.
No.
With
There's
2 kids in
projects around
college,
home.
right? Their kids are all grown up already.
There's
And-
projects around home that I need to do. There's brake works that I need to do on my vehicle. There's
Likes
I
wine.
need to go. There's a lot of different things that I need to do that has
like
nothing to do with a date.
No
So
seafood.
you can see into it whatever you will.
We will.
But basically, I'm just telling you it's a personal night is what I'm calling it because there's personal things that I need to fucking do around here that I don't get to do anymore since I work
Yay.
overtime now.
Yay.
So that's just what I'm thinking. And that way you get 2 shows on Sunday and you get 4 shows during the weekday. So therefore you get 3 sports, 3 true crime, 6 times content, but I'm only working 5 days a week is how I'm looking at it. So when I do 2 shows on Sunday, that's to give you 6 days worth of content, but I'm only working 5 days. I have some days off because I want to do an intro video. You know what I mean? I want to do an intro video. I want to start getting into like the editing and stuff of making like these 10-15 minute videos. There's different things that I would like to do for this channel. I just can't because I don't have the time. And being able to have Mondays and Saturdays off, especially Saturdays, is going to give me that amount of time to be able to get those projects done for the channel. Because literally, and I know ATS knows this, when it comes to editing and creating and all this stuff, that stuff takes a lot of time. And I could literally, I mean, hell, when I was making this logo background, getting everything lined up, and
Said
that literally
ATS.
took 3 hours to make. I mean, it does suck up a lot of time when it comes to the editing.
I know it takes a long time to make. Why do you think I
So
do a video like once a week?
it's not about going on a date, because honestly, I probably
I'm
wouldn't
not
be
gonna be Olympic
going on
person.
a date Saturday night anyway. I want to work on this channel because I love this channel, and
You're like,
I want
this
to.
is like EvilleCJ Plus. You get a double Sunday. You may lose Saturday, but you
Yeah.
get a double Sunday, and
Yep,
you know
sports and
what?
crime.
Wednesday, Thursday sports.
Yep, a
Yep.
mixture, because I love sports too. I love sports. We've talked so much about this Idaho Forest stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've talked so much about it. It's tough. Like, having to. It's tough talking about this stuff every single night. And I'm not a crime channel. I am a variety, and I want to stick to that. And one of the passions I have and always have had was sports, and I want to give as much passion into sports as I do true crime. And so that's
So,
why I'm
so
gonna.
if you said on a scale, if you were weighing out sports versus true crime, you're saying your passion is more with sports.
No, it's 50-50. If you go to my shows, there's 3 sports and 3 true crime. I'm giving the same amount of effort to each show because I enjoy both. I can't enjoy true crime more than sports, and I definitely don't enjoy sports more than true crime. Maybe
Yeah.
5 years ago, I was more sports than true crime, but as of this show, this podcast, it's 50-50. And that's why when I came up with this schedule, I wanted to make sure that I didn't focus on one or the other too much. It was about giving each one the same amount of effort, the same amount of passion, because I have the same amount of passion for each one of those. And, I've had some people tell me that it's a bad idea to do sports as much as crime. I'm sorry.
Well, they can be
It's
different
my
audiences.
passion. It's
No,
my
you're
passion.
right. You need to do what you, right?
It's
You
my
need to do what
passion,
you, and so that if that's something you like. Now, I would say I would think it's going to be probably two different audiences almost. You know what I mean? Like, some are going to like into the sports, and then you're going to have some people who like the sports who are going to join you because they like the sports. And you have
It's the
people who like
environment.
the true crime, right? And they're going to
It's the
come in and join you
environment.
for true crime. So, yeah.
It's the environment that everybody in chat and that we all create. And that's where I'm going with it. It's, it's cool if you only like sports and you don't care about true crime. It's cool if you like true crime and don't care about sports. But it's not about each individual topic with the channel, because when we talk about the channel and the true crime, we also talk about the community. We also talk about how welcoming it is. I get messages all the time about how wonderful this chat and this channel is because of how we treat everybody, whether they're brand new or they've been here for the whole time, or whether they have a difference of opinion. Like, I get so many awesome comments from people that you guys don't even know about because of how the environment is. And so to me, it's like, yeah, maybe this one person might only dig sports and nothing to do with true crime, but the community and the environment is what would invite them over to there. And maybe they don't necessarily have to enjoy sports or enjoy true crime, because they're there to enjoy the community. And that's how I look at it. So, you know, I'm not trying to like, yes, I would like to have 1,000 fucking subs, you know what I'm saying? Because it would be cool to be able to get to that level. But at the same time, I'm not trying to focus on one thing or certain things just to try and pull in a bunch of people, because then that's not where my true passion's coming from. And that's eventually I'm going to burn out on that. I'm not ever going to burn out when it comes to my passions and desires. And so therefore, if I'm doing something that I'm passionate about and I'm, then I'm never going to burn out. That flame is always going to be going. And so that's just how I'm looking at it. And so I wanted to make sure I focus the same amount of time on each, because each one mean the same amount to me, and each one deserves the same amount of effort because they both mean the same to me. And so, maybe the sports thing won't be a hit. It is what it is.
This is very serious. I'm being very serious here. Very serious. I think the biggest thing that I really am. I'm not BSing here. I think the big thing that you have to do is to make sure that you have whatever gives you enough time to rest and enjoy your day, and not just, and also your time that you do to prep for anything, but then do those. So I just say that's to make sure, that you don't feel the pressure or something like that people would expect you to be on every single night either. Do you know what I'm saying? You do and broadcast what you do. And obviously if you love one or the other too, but that was like, 7 nights a week, I knew it's like, there's no way that you just can't keep doing that. That's not good for you either. I mean, even if you sat here, and I'm not saying you're doing this, I'm just giving an example. Even you sat here and you had one night that was true crime and one night that was sports, your people are still going to do it. You just have to make sure it's something that makes you happy. It doesn't start to feel like a burden to you, and that you're living your good life, and then doing this, that it doesn't get like work or bombardment for you, that you're like, oh crap, and I gotta go work and prep for this to get to that and stuff like that.
I do consider it work. I really do consider it work. I do enjoy the podcast, and I do, but it's a fun work. I'll put it that way. It's a work that I'm not like the job I have during the day. You know what I'm saying? If that's one work, this is another kind of work where I really am putting in a shit ton of effort. I really am putting in a lot of me into it, so it is work. I knew at some point too that I wasn't going to be able to do 7 nights a week. It's just one of those things where I wanted to make sure after a couple months, I got my foot in the sand, so to speak, when it comes to experience, when it comes to trying different things, when it comes to all of that. And when it comes to like the passions and stuff, that's when it becomes, that's because if I kept doing true crime, even if it was 5 nights out of the week, right? If I just kept doing true crime, I could still probably get burned out, right? Because I'm not doing something else that I have that passion for too. And that, what it does is it's kind of like that, the even flow of it, where I get to talk about just the craziest fucking shit that has always been passionate to me, and have a ball, and then the next night it's like, oh gosh, we have to talk about these 2 children that were abducted,
Yeah. Oh no, I get that.
And so that's one thing where I'm like,
no, that's health. I mean, trust me, I have mine, and when I do it, and there's a certain part where I get to research part, and sometimes there's really bad things to read and hear and find and evil, right? There's just
Yeah.
stuff that you can only take it so much, and then you have to take a break. And so I that's why I told myself, one, if I don't feel well, right? If my health isn't there, people aren't going to be angry, and if they are, then they'll, they can just move on. But if they just understand, hey, I couldn't do it, right? Couldn't do this one, had to wait a week, didn't come out of the hospital. Here you go.
Yeah.
Or that you need another mental break because it's like, you know what? I've been looking at this too long. I'm reading about horrible stuff, and they'll appreciate it when you do it. So I just say that from, not pressuring yourself of that, not every case that you have to cover. I think the humor part, people appreciate that you can have that light part and humor part to it. And, that you don't have to cover a million things all in one night. And if, again,
Oh yeah.
it's what's healthy for you. So what I'm saying is, like, if you need 2 day nights, you could even have that yourself.
Nah.
Right? Friday, Saturday.
I don't need it.
I mean, you need them Friday and Saturday, right? You make
That's
it your
what you
own,
don't.
and people
No.
are going to follow. I mean, just don't burn yourself out.
No,
Just,
you don't. That's what you
I'm
don't
just making sure.
understand about me. I'm a
No,
fucking
I'm just
worker.
trying to be
Yeah,
a
that's
friend.
it. That's what you don't
saying,
understand about me. I am a worker. Like, I will bust my ass. Seriously.
He's going to argue
So
with me about
when
wanting to take
when
my
it
time. I just don't believe him. Look at him. He's
no,
so
when
silly.
it comes to 2 nights, that's plenty for me. Seriously. 2
Mhm.
nights is plenty. And talking about sports, the way that I had it set up, this is for a lot of different reasons. The schedule that I'm thinking about is set up for a lot of different reasons. Like it it was everything that I needed and everything that I wanted, and then I took that, and then that's what I came up with the schedule. And when I came to what nights off, when I came to what nights I'm doing it, there's probably 7 different reasons of why each show is on a certain night and why certain nights are nights off. And so I ain't gonna get burned out. I think it's gonna be a good thing because I don't mind when it comes to 5 nights. One day I want to do a Monday through Friday from 9 to 5. Like, that's my dream, of a Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, 8 to 4, 8 hours, 5 days a week. So the 2 days off is beautiful. I think it's going to work out great. And I know when I did have 2 nights off, or 3 nights off in the past, I really missed doing the show. So
Mhm.
it's not, I feel bad. It was like a week ago. I just felt really bad because I felt like I wasn't doing enough for the channel, because a lot of the stuff that we would talk about, a lot of the brain stew that we would come up on would end up on other shit, other links and other shows. And it's like, I felt bad because it's like, okay, we're the ones that said this shit 3 days ago. And because I don't have a shit ton of people watching me, it's not being put out there. And it's not even stuff that I'm even coming up with. It's stuff that people are saying in the chat that then we're entertaining together and we're discussing it. You know what I'm saying? And it was like, I felt like I wasn't doing enough for the channel. Like, I needed to do more. I needed to do more to get the channel out there, so then more people are coming. So then when this beautiful brain stew's happening and they see everything that's written in chat and they're being a part of it, and then everybody is I don't know what the word is for it. And so that's when I'm like, I gotta have some days off to do these 10-15 minute videos to throw out there, because how can I expect everybody to sit back and watch a 3 or 4 hour show every night? I need to do shorts. I need to do small videos. I need to do 20-minute productions of not alive, but about a certain topic. My, the read through of this, just that, just that video, just a certain production, not even alive, just different things that I need to do with the channel. And then I'll feel like I'm doing what I need to do for everybody else that does come up with the stuff that we come up with, because as much effort as it takes me to do the show, it takes you effort to be up on panel. It takes other people's effort to be chatting in chat, to be sitting there watching the show, to be involved on a nightly basis or every other night or whatever they can do. That's effort too. So I want to make sure that everybody is rewarded the way they should be. I don't know. It's just, I think that's the schedule.
That's good to know. I mean, I'm just to let everybody know how that's going to come out and when it's going to come out. Are you going to put it in the channel description, or how will everybody be able to find it? Yeah.
In the beginning where I'm going through my disclaimers and stuff, I'll have the schedule probably popping up at the end of the little things that I add to it. I would like to have an intro video. That's probably going to take a whole Saturday at some point, because I'd like to have a 1.5 minute, 2 minute intro to each video, something creative, something I can try and do.
You should sing your own intro song.
Well,
EvilleCJ
I don't know about singing an intro song, but I thought about doing some intro audio for it. I haven't really thought of anything yet, but I have some not what to say, but I have how I'm going to say it. I'll just like different voices or whatever, I suppose, that I'm going to do for the intro. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, that's what I've been, the 2 nights off is really just about personal time and being able to do more things for the channel, so that way I can promote you guys better, and that's what it's about for me. So. Whew. Work. work. I have a goal of a year or two. So
yeah,
that's my goal, is a year or two to get to 1,000. So between year 1 and year 2 is my goal.
That should be very doable.
I don't know. I'm only at 191. It's been 2 months.
I think I'm near like maybe 400 now. It's only been a few months.
Yeah,
it's doable. I mean, people watch it. I mean, I have a lot of things that people, turning people who watch some videos into actual subscribers and stuff like that. There's a lot of people who will watch the videos and in there, because I'll have videos that have picked up and a lot of people watch, and it's just asking them to get over to
that's
subscribe.
What I'm saying.
Yeah,
I need to make short videos like that where you guys can be rewarded for your brain stew, because then that pulls in new people. You know what I'm saying? Pulls in new people, and then it's just a flower pot of shit,
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Valerie? How you doing? We're just getting ready to end the show. Yeah. I'll have to check that out. Probably tomorrow sometime. Probably in the early morning. Because they had Truth and Transparency on tonight. So yeah, I would definitely check that out too, Justice. If you're not busy. Drunk Turkey Show
on there, and
Truth and Lana or something, I think it was what it was, from Truth and Transparency. Yeah, Kim and Lana. Yep. She was dropping names. Yeah. Well, maybe we'll find something about the receipt on that. That'll be interesting.
Right. Exactly.
But
exactly.
I will be back tomorrow for sure. Tomorrow night for some crime talk. That's for sure. I might pop in with an afternoon stream for the hell of it if I get bored. That Kim. There you go, Justice. Kim, the caller Kim that we listened to tonight. And also from Drunk Turkey Show, and then Lana from Truth and Transparency. So that's going to be interesting. Definitely a must watch.
Multiple people are involved.
Yep. I'm definitely watching that tomorrow morning. Yes, I will watch it because trust me, I listened to the Drunk Turkey show a few nights ago with the caller. Then we watched part 2. Tonight we watched Chronicles of Olivia with Kim, Colin as well. And I'm interested to see this one with Truth and Transparency because they've been coming out with some awesome fucking shit about Idaho 4. They're on top of their fucking shit about Idaho 4. And Hunter? No. Oh my God, we talked about Hunter before. Holy shit, are you serious? Oh my gosh.
Allegedly, someone. Is that the only person? Is Hunter the only person?
Oh, you know what? We're getting into that tomorrow night. Tomorrow night show is going to be about that Drunk Turkey show. We're getting into that. It might end up being the whole show. So if you're not busy tomorrow night, Justice, hop back in panel tomorrow night.
Tonight was all the questions we wanted answered, and maybe or today it was, and then maybe tomorrow's the answers.
Seriously, Justice, 7 o'clock tomorrow night. If you're not, or 7 p.m. Central. If you're not busy tomorrow night,
she says no. 3 people.
Yeah,
involved.
3 people. That's what we were hearing.
She knows too much.
Okay. See, okay.
Wow.
This is what I'm saying. I'm feeling like her shit was. I'm telling you, like I felt like it was good.
I'm not saying she didn't know. I'm not saying
good shit.
I
if you're
didn't.
not busy,
you're at least calling her a 57-year-old woman.
All right.
I
You too, Valerie. If you're not busy tomorrow night for tomorrow night's show, hop in. Let's all fucking hop in a panel. Let's watch this show that was on tonight. Let's watch it tomorrow night. And
Mark,
if it ends up being the whole show, it's the whole show.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you know how you like know exactly like when, oh my God, when they said this and it was at this time, Mark, that this was said, that blew my mind. Those are also.
And she's saying Hunter. That's interesting.
She did say FBI. She did mention.
Yeah,
we talked about FBI tonight. Wow.
I've went through these calls like crazy. Yeah, I know a lot about this Kim lady. Yeah, seriously, tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Central. I'm not even gonna be doing other clips. I'm going right into that shit. So if anybody's bored tomorrow night, you want to hop up on fucking panel, let's listen to it together. Let's pause here and there to discuss it, and let's talk about it. We'll just make the whole show about that. We'll just do that. Yeah, him doesn't. Yep.
Man, I almost want to talk to Valerie.
We're doing it. Yeah.
Valerie, we should have changed
Seriously.
numbers.
We're doing it. Come back tomorrow, 7 o'clock Central. That's what we're doing. I'm gonna watch it tomorrow morning when I get up and do shit around the house. So I'll be listening to it. I'll probably listen to it a few times. Well, thank you for hopping in, Justice. Seriously, Justice, if you're not busy tomorrow night, I want you in panel tomorrow night. You too, Valerie Miller. If you're not busy tomorrow night, 7 Central, hop on with me too. Yeah, we watched it's been a crazy week when it comes to this lady and her phone calls. And I'm definitely excited. I was going through my breaking earlier, and I saw that pop up in the stream when we were watching Chronicles of Olivia. And yeah, I was already going to be watching it, trust me. But we're going to talk about it tomorrow night. We're going to go through the whole episode tomorrow night, and we're going to discuss it. Oh, yeah. Come back tomorrow night, Valerie. Seriously. We're going to be going through it. I can't wait. I'm excited. Snap of a finger, 7 p.m. tomorrow night, but it don't work like that. Yeah, that's what I heard too. And you know what, Valerie? You said from a long time ago you felt like it was more than one. Seriously, hop back in tomorrow night if you're not busy. I'd love to have you in panel too. Hope you all have a beautiful evening, peaceful and positive. Great show tonight. Thank you as always, Justice. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody in chat. I love the difference of opinions. It was enjoyable, and it's always welcome. I'll see you back tomorrow night, and I might do a surprise sports show tomorrow. We'll see. Thank you, everybody.